Hello.
There's dog fur on. I pet Annie for like 2 minutes.
Well, don't pet Annie with the scrunchy hand, and then you
Oh
won't
yeah,
have the dog hair
Yeah,
on you.
Ken
That's
doesn't put scrunchies on his wrist.
yeah. He
yeah. You
doesn't
should
need them.
have seen my my bed when I came back from Gen Con.
Gen Con. Aw. Aw.
Aw.
I had like
The
I kept
second
it.
comforter.
I kept it like this. It pretty much was like I kept
Yeah.
like my blanket over it because
Peeled it
he's
off in a sheet.
pretty much.
I'm gonna wash my hands.
Hello, cool kids, and hello, immediate hype train.
Yep.
Yeah, Chris, thank you for 17 months, fucking year and a half. It's insane.
Crazy.
And Doc
People actually
Voigt,
like us.
27 months, 2 years, 3 months. What the actual
God
fuck?
damn.
Almost the entire time we've been doing this, because honestly, big announcement, sort of. Our next stream is our third stream anniversary.
Yeah. So holy
yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Cool. All
We've
right,
been doing this for a fucking long time.
Eat your heart out, critical
It's crazy
role.
when you look at YouTube. Or and like see like all the videos we've done, or we look at like the podcasts that have dropped, and it's like we're in the hundreds now, and I'm like, damn, that's crazy.
We've done
And
shit.
I just saw. So here's an announcement. One of the games that I did a solo game for the podcast of Alone Against the Static, the Call of Cthulhu adventure, won an Emmy for best writing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, and I was watching. I was like, oh hell yeah, we played that. So you see any award-winning Alone Against the Static. If you haven't bought it, if you're curious about it, go listen to me play it, because I did before it was famous. So yeah.
Look at you, you hipster.
I know. I was there before it was good. Now people have ruined it.
Before it was cool.
All these plebes have ruined it. So I only have one announcement before we get into the sacred pact of me recapping what happened last time for Amber. But it's never going to go up, Doc, because it's just lost footage. Doc Voigt asked when Jess's interview is going to go up. It's not going to happen. Never.
It's a secret.
Answers never.
I should
Jess
just secretly film Jess randomly and just put
God,
together a clip of
that would
Jess
be
being
even better.
randomly filmed
Yeah,
at
that would be
like our
even
different
better.
RPG games. Just moments. Just
I killed the children. I burned the orphanage down.
she burns the children.
Okay, all
I
right.
spiked the
It's
baby.
just it's an entire 20-minute compilation of just Jess burning children in RPGs.
No
Or sacrificing.
children died or got hurt.
Or sacrificing the party to the giant spiders.
She's doing it again.
Hey,
That
listen,
one
I'm not going to
time.
judge her for that, because I have a feeling Rosalie might wind up doing that here. So
See, here's the thing. On one scale, they get mad at
She
me
did it
for
again at Gen
possibly
Con.
hurting the children, and on the other scale, they get mad at me for trying to save the children.
She did it again at Gen Con. She had 3 kittens in her inventory for sacrifices for blood magic. And she also went to the giant amber arch that was holding the evil demigod imprisoned below the lake and started to break it to set it free.
Well, I didn't do
I was
anything.
like, she was just like, I'm going to head toward the arch. And I just looked at Ken. I was like, she's doing it again.
My character wasn't doing anything. I might as well just open the door.
Fuck.
that's funny. So the only thing I do want to announce is something we're actually pretty excited about is Monument Studios, creators of some awesome music and sound effects for your RPGs, reached out to us. So we're going to be using some of their stuff going forward. You're going to see it in RuneQuest. And I know Rainey's using the sound effects and stuff in his podcasts leading up to August 20th. We're going to be using it beyond that, obviously. But August 20th, the Monument Studios people have a Kickstarter dropping to create, to bring out with some cool new stuff. I think there's some new music and new sound effects there, but also like my understanding is, and I could be wrong about this, so because Rainey was like kind of trying to explain to me, and I'm not a sound guy, but it's almost going to function as like a soundboard for you, was my understanding. I might be wrong about that, but either way, there's the link. Sarah just dropped it. MonumentStudios.net. Check them out. You can sign up to be notified if you're interested in the Kickstarter dropping August 20th. Second big announcement in conjunction with that is I have used some of Monument's excellent stuff to create our own opener credit sequence for Company of the Dragon, which we'll be getting back to really, really soon. And I will be dropping that new to the world, unseen, on August 20th to coincide with their Kickstarter. So you can see some of their music in action if you want. So there you go. Look at us selling out. Yeah.
selling out if it's a free
No.
partnership.
No, it's a free. They're
With an
little
indie
people.
company,
Yeah,
Yeah.
we are very pro other indie people and helping them, and that's what we're doing here. And they were very, very kind in letting us use their stuff, which is awesome of them. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, you're not going to see me do that with Wizards of the Coast.
So before we get started, I wanna so I received a very large piece of mail yesterday.
Yeah.
For those of you who might not know, Doc Boyd in chat was vehement in saying that he knew what the monster was and that he wanted to be silly and dramatic about it. And he messaged me on Discord, was like, would it be too much? Would it be too much if I sent you my guess in a sealed envelope? And I said, no, absolutely.
It's so much bigger than just an envelope, though. Like, what is in there?
This is a priority mail express. You spent more money on this than you needed to, my dude.
This just have a sheet of paper in huge print.
I love it.
Theory, okay. A theory he has, but like, so I'm not turning this around because our
It's gonna be a bunch of photos in red string and shit. We're gonna have to post it. Like,
I haven't even pulled the seal on this.
Yeah.
The envelope is still sealed. So there's a much smaller envelope. It's like, I'm just not opening it until the end, buddy. I'll boy out.
I'm so excited. It's like a game show. Like you're just opening the envelope.
Glitter,
and
glitter
I'm
everywhere.
just so excited.
If you put glitter in here, I will fucking kill you.
Next
Do
time.
not mail me glitter. It will stick in my cat's fur forever, and she will be pissed off.
Sparkle voice.
So
Oh no.
that is something to look forward to at the end of
I'm
stream.
very excited. I'm very excited.
Once we've all died,
The
we'll
big
open the thing
reveal.
up and see how close he was.
And you were killed by.
If his theory was correct.
We shall see.
Never put glitter near me. I will end you.
It is an anathema.
So random aside, I am dog sitting today. So per request, if I am
Show the
distracted,
dog.
this is why. I don't know if you can see her. Oh, there she is.
Oh, look at that baby.
She is. Nope, that's the wrong direction.
She's blending
Well,
in
I'm
with her
swapping.
environment.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
a
looks
gorgeous pupper.
looks like a huge bear.
She's like rug forming right now.
She
She's
is
like,
a rug.
She's very
Jess,
tired. I would just pet
we need her
for
back
like a
because
while.
we need a guest star to play Silver.
Oh, she is a little
Oh my
derpy.
God.
She's got a very cute face. This is
Hey,
Annie. This is my
Sil
friend's
can
dog.
throw down when push comes to shove.
That's true. She gave that arm.
She's
Or
derpy.
Leg.
leg. Was it a leg?
She's
Yeah.
derpy, but she just ripped and that dude was like, let me tell you, that dude was tough. I was worried you guys were going to die, and she was just like with his leg, and I
I
was
got
worried
the arm,
about
she
that
got
fight.
the leg. Together
Yeah.
we'll create a horrible flesh construct of
You-
our enemy.
You wishbone that dude. Yeah,
Gosh.
I too am an artist, right, Sarah?
Shut up.
Real quick story. First ever Call of Cthulhu game Sarah and her friends ran with me. It was Hudson and Brand Gaslight Cthulhu. By the way, the new edition of Gaslight is coming out in December for plebes who are not at Gen Con, and I'm really looking forward to having it. But anyway, basically the bad person is this woman who was she was a sacrifice at a sacrifice gone wrong who lived and like stitched her head back on.
Ooh, cool.
And started her own little cult and was like wanted to just kill men because men had been terrible to her. So really she was
Hell
like
yeah.
saying, was she really a villain? You know, it was kind of up
Feminist
in the air.
icon.
Yeah. So, but she had like a man blob of just like men
A
she had just
man
like
blob.
sewn together. Right. And so like the characters get in there, meet her. Our friend Mandy played someone who was like kind of like an art dealer and an art forger. And so she's like, oh, you're an artist? I'm an artist too. And in the shadows, this like blob of men like crawled out. And that was the end of that first session. Everybody like failed sanity checks and just went apeshit seeing this like man blob. So it's been that I too am an artist has been an iconic
Man
line.
blob.
Yeah, for us.
Troy, thank you for gifting a sub. And hilariously, it's mine. You gifted a random
Yay!
sub. It went to me. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
This is how I get subs to our channel, to use the emotes of my own cat.
I've done that. I've given like 2 gift subs before, and it's both of them went to our buddy Chris.
Captain, yeah.
Yep.
At least to the one of us.
Yeah.
Want me to start recapping?
Go ahead and do a recap as thorough as you can for Sarah as well.
Sure. So we had spent some time, just kind of some weeks have gone by. We healed up emotionally and or physically from the things that have happened to us. We spent time doing different things. So, for instance, Nora rather mysteriously found out that someone was putting on a magic show, and very competitively, she announced that she's going to do it the day before this guy is doing it.
My rival. It's my arch rival.
Her arch rival. Rosalie has spent a lot of time doing magic stuff, trying to like contact the dead and whatnot. Kent did a little digging on the artist by the name of Siobhan something.
McKenna.
Siobhan McKenna, whose painting really spoke to him when we were at that art show. And he managed to track her down to a house on Hampstead Heath, where she was allegedly staying. There was kind of like this cool artist commune. But when we went there, things are very sketchy, and a bunch of very high people are like, oh, yeah, Siobhan, she was here, dude. But now she's like not here anymore, dude. Like, yeah, I don't know where she went, dude. That sort of stuff. So coincidentally, we're at the spot, and someone came to see Nora. Someone who was not very happy with Nora at all came to see her. Someone else is missing, who Nora knew, who happens to have last known address, was an aspiring poet, last known address, this said house on Hampstead Heath. By the way, Kitty Danville, rich person who bought Rosalie's painting, has a house on Hampstead Heath, the house in question.
I have written down the Savoy Hotel and Inn. Does that sound?
That is just because we needed a fancy hotel in London. That's where your strange, mysterious person who you don't like is hanging out.
That's right. That's why I wrote down Amelia.
Yes. So Rosalie went.
Excellent. I just wrote down Savoy, not even hotel, so this helps me out.
You're like, what is Savoy? So
there you go.
Rosalie went and bluffed her way into the place, as she usually does, said she was looking for somebody. She tried to look around to see if the friend was there, because she remembered an artist she knew also wound up there, because this is the sort of place where like a rich person can sponsor you and you get to live there and do art. So she flirted a little bit with some guy who mainly did sculptures of dicks and got in there.
Deceptive sculptures of dicks, though. He hides them in normal things to try to get rich people to buy them.
Oh my god, that's perfect for Rosalie.
Yeah, it is.
He's like, is it a hairbrush or is it a dick?
Why not both? So she managed to talk her way in. She was unable to find either one of the missing people, although the house didn't seem that sketchy. It is very sketchy that all these people have kind of been there, but these stoners are like, oh yeah, they were there for a while, dude, but then they left, but like, we don't know where they are, dude. Like, very sketch.
It was like a gross frat boy house.
It was like, yeah, it was like a gross
good art.
frat boy house with good art in it. So that's basically the best. Yeah, that was a really good, apt description, Jess. So then we went home and we decided to do a seance to see if Rosalie could get in touch with not Jess's friend or Nora's friend, but the guy that she knew, figuring James Morrow, figuring that if nothing happened, then he must be alive somewhere. Maybe he just did wind up. If something does show up, he's probably dead. We are aware of the fact that James is very, very dead. And that's pretty much what we know.
I have one note written down here, and it's Rosalie trying to remember mushrooms, boy, something eyes. I have no idea.
I'm trying. Rosalie was spending time scrying and doing stuff like that, trying to remember her own experiences when she was kidnapped to help out Riley. And she remembered like a mushroom circle, and she remembered like holding hands with something much bigger than her and the eyes, but she couldn't remember much of the face.
Okay.
If I remember correctly. Is that right, Amber?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to start real quick with experience points for the last session that I owe you guys. Normally you do experience points at the end of sessions, but I keep forgetting and closing on whatever dramatic point. So I will give them at the beginning. Last session. Did you participate in the session? That's a yes for everybody. Did you confront any Vaesen? Not yet.
Nope.
Did you identify an unknown Vaesen? Doc Void might have.
You got one experience point, buddy.
Were you affected by your dark secret?
I would argue that I think Nora was, but I
Nora
don't know what her
actually
dark
might
secret.
be, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what her dark secret
Oh,
is.
no, wait. That was her trauma. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Her
Yeah,
dark
that's
secret is
my
something
trauma.
else.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you take risks to protect other people? Probably not yet.
No.
Have you learned anything?
We know a guy's dead.
And then again, that is learned on a like about the world yourself. Something character development wise, if you learn anything.
I don't think so.
Did you develop something in your headquarters? No. Did you perform
Yes,
an
we did.
extraordinary
We did.
action?
We got the
Oh yeah,
contact.
shit, you did.
Yes.
You got
I
you.
think-
Yes, you now have a contact in the police.
I think we got that point last time, though.
No, we
Oh
didn't.
yeah, I did. I did
Did
hit you
we?
last time.
We,
I was like,
yeah,
did?
we got that
I didn't
experience
see you.
point
Oh,
last time.
okay. All right.
That's
Good.
Yes, that's the other thing. They all have a contact in the police force. He's a constable. His name is Colin Kelly.
Colin.
Colin Kelly.
Yes.
Perform an extraordinary action. No. So it's just the one experience point for everybody for the last one. Wham, wham.
Amber's giving it to me because she's nice.
Yes, I give absent players the average. I'm not one of those DMs who's like, hey, you can't make it a lot because life is
Yeah.
complicated and things. So let's punish your character, make you 4 levels behind everybody else. Keep pace.
I feel like I might have learned something about myself, but I don't know what. So I'll leave it for now.
Amber is scary in storytelling, not in being a bad person.
Excellent. So we are going to start in media res.
That's why I had that question mark.
You are gathered in the seance room. The dripping red paint that was just appearing from thin air and falling on your crystal ball, Rosalie, has stilled, and the pool of paint has spread across the table surface into a shape that looks like a woman's lips painted red with rouge.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was
and-
like, did you join the Rolling Stones? That's it's a great joke.
Cecilia, you are standing in the doorway and you have just seen the end of the seance. You've seen the paint appear out of nowhere, the cold wind that took the room and was ruffling people's clothes and hair. Rosalie looking very creepy and otherworldly, especially from where you stood outside of the circle watching all of this go down, a little bit shocked. There's still goosebumps on your skin from like the chill. And they're all quiet and a little bit shook, and you're standing there. You just sort of walked by like, where is everybody? Guys, are you back yet? Like, just then
She just opens the door and then just like, what was this a bad time to come by?
It's like the pizza meme.
Yeah.
I love that, the community meme.
Yeah, the community pizza
Yeah.
meme. Yeah.
I love that meme.
Cecilia, it's no, do come in. Is the paint like dry?
No, it's still very much wet and glossy.
She's kind of like just touching it and has it on her fingers, and she's like, do come in. I think we have much to talk about.
What's happened?
I'll catch her up on the stuff that she missed.
Yep.
So for the sake of people not having to listen again.
So Cecilia was also quite starstruck by Kitty when you met at the
Yeah, yes.
gallery.
We were
So-
both like,
Yeah.
Yes.
Rosalie and Cecilia just like, oh shit.
not just by her sheer awesomeness and air of amazing, but also in her striking resemblance to someone Cecilia remembers.
I tried to contact someone I knew, and I succeeded, and I don't. Well, he shouldn't be dead, but apparently he is.
Yeah. Meta out of game. I totally don't remember the questions that we asked him.
It's really, I asked a bunch of questions and then I tried to establish like a yes or no, but he just kept
Yeah, with the
dripping red.
colors of the
There was
paint.
no,
Yeah.
there was no like, I think he just was like, yeah, I'm fucking dead was basically what we
Okay,
needed
I
to
was
know.
gonna
Or
say,
the
what-
answers to the question
what-
could have all been whatever red was, yes or no.
It was
Yeah,
yes.
but I definitely was like, I definitely asked one where I was like, I asked one that would have been a no purposely, and
Yeah.
he just kept dripping. Yeah.
I don't remember. You go
I
to
don't
one Gen
remember
Con
all of
and you
them
remember
either.
everything else. I just don't remember what information we got. It was just that
Basically, we know that he's dead. You would have to assume that Kitty. I did ask if Kitty had something to do with it, and I think he dripped more, but I don't remember. I mean, we know Kitty has something to do with it, so I mean, that's like, even though maybe she's completely innocent, that'd be an
she could
awesome
be
red herring.
a coincidence.
But
completely innocent.
we're going to start and find out. So Charles, do you remember Charles Morrow? Strange-looking guy, always kind of
James?
sniffing. James Morrow, yeah, James, that's what I meant. Do you remember James Morrow? Strange-looking guy, always kind of sniffing around me.
Painted beards.
Painted birds, very talented bird painter, but just kind of dull otherwise.
It sounds vaguely familiar, yes.
Yes, well, he had gone to Kitty's house, the Hempstead Heath house, and I asked about him, and he was missing there. And as is Nora's friend,
Yes,
and
my
it just
dear
seems
friend
like
Martin.
this is a place where people go to go missing.
Oh. Odd.
And apparently die, and lips have something to do with that. She looks at the lips on the table.
Herb.
It's one of his better paintings, actually.
Just throwing shade at this dead man.
Final compliment.
And Nora, you haven't heard anything about your friend, have you?
Martin, no, he's been missing for about a month now. His
Oh.
sister, he writes to his sister almost daily, and she hasn't heard from him. He can't be dead.
I mean, I don't have the energy right now to try again.
That's all right. Thank you. What are we going to do? Even if we-
Research? There must be something that feeds on artists. Maybe. I mean, we're in the best place in the world to research and do what? Out of character for a minute. Does Rosalie know Cecilia can do the automatic writing thing?
If anyone does, Rosalie does.
Okay. Maybe I think research, definitely. I mean, we're in the best place to do any sort of research around vengeful spirits who wouldn't like artists, or maybe would feed on artists for some reason. Trying to remember the Greek. Who was the one that didn't? I'm mixing up all these myths because there was one with the statue that came to life, and then there was the one when they turned her into a spider because she wove so well, and that was like because Athena was like jealous of her.
Is Arachne the spider?
I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
And like everything's like kind of like in my mind right now. It's like multiple myths of jealous Greek people angry at artists.
Jealous Greek god. Like, I mean,
I don't know any of
if
them.
your guess was jealous Greek god, you'd have a decent shot at getting things right, probably like 1 in 3. You're like
right.
jealous Greek god, like something. to
Which
do with.
one?
Yeah.
Maybe Cecilia, you could do kind of looks at Nora and Riley and then looks at you. You know, that thing you can do.
I could try. It's been a while since I've successfully contacted anything. But it's worth a shot.
Interesting.
Nora, tell me a little more about your friend.
Oh, Martin. What do I know about Martin? He's a redhead. He's got a bunch of freckles.
Funny looking in a general sort of way.
He is in his 20s-ish, I believe. He's
Comes from a well-off family,
yes, he is
proper English family.
he's a poet. He's free-spirited. I was closer to his younger brother, so I don't know too much about him. I've only met him really a couple times, but I was closer to his younger brother.
Now, Amber, I want to make sure I'm reading this right. So under describing the talent, it says when channeling spirits through automatic writing. So do I have to try and contact a specific spirit because that's what Cecilia's trying to get at? Or is it more...
Yes, I would have you make a roll to kind of give me a gauge on how much information you get and how clear it is.
Okay.
So the roll I would probably have you make is...
Yeah, it says you can use inspiration to gain clues.
Yep,
Okay.
that is the one.
So, is there a table in this room?
Yes, it is
Yeah.
covered in red paint, but yes.
Okay, so then she goes, why don't we go to the library?
Yes, I think I'd like to keep this as is for now because I feel that James was probably trying to tell us something with the lips, and well, let's preserve it.
Perhaps something will happen when the paint dries.
Okay.
Also, I need a table to do what I'm trying to do.
Right, of course, no.
What is it that you're trying to do?
And so she just starts walking, and we'll explain, presuming you're following her.
Oh,
On some occasion, I'm able to fall into a sort of trance while I'm writing, and can occasionally contact what I believe to be spirits or some other thing from beyond the veil.
oh. Is it always the same thing, or is it a different thing every time?
No, it comes differently each time. The information I get varies greatly depending on if I get anything at all, what I'm able to find. It
That is very brave, Cecilia.
anything for the craft. So she'll sit down at one of the tables and pull out one of her, notebooks and writing utensils and just kind of just lay her hand loosely on the page, just kind of slowly go into some deep breathing and just let her eyes just glaze over as she attempts this.
Gosh, that is some scary Tom Brittle shit. I'm like,
All these gals got scary talents.
Okay, so it's inspiration, which is 3, plus my empathy, which is 5. So I need to grab 2 more d6.
Artiste.
Apparently I wasn't prepared to have enough d6s. Okay. Now then. So a success, because again, it's been a while. A success is a 6, right?
6s, yes.
Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear this mess because they're all metal except 2.
Can't get the fucking sexiest dice I've ever seen from Gen Con this year, and I'm super
they're
jealous of them.
Where
very
are they?
pretty. They're
I
so
lust for
pretty.
his new dice.
They're so pretty.
Out of 8 dice, I got 1 6.
Oh no! Well, that's one.
That's something.
It is 1.
All right. Would you mind reading out loud your ability to me just so I don't have to look it up?
Yeah. When channeling spirits through automatic writing, you can use inspiration to gain clues. Game Master provides more or less vague clues, predictions about the future, or momentary insights into the thoughts and experiences of your enemies. You can use it once per session. Extra successes reveal more clues, and then there's other stuff if you fail. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's fucking beautiful,
They're
Kat.
so
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
They're frosted rainbow glass dice.
I was gonna
They,
say, are they
glow in
opals?
ambient? They glow in ambient light, and they flash when they roll. They're beautiful.
Yeah,
Clear opal
Insane,
is a good
dude.
description for it. They're
They
so
look
pretty.
opally, yeah.
Yeah.
they are opally.
They're so beautiful.
They're glass. The way that they're put together, they that panel in the middle of where they're fused is what makes it flash. And if they're sitting just right on the table, it looks like they're glowing from the inside.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I walked by
Man,
them and I was
love
just like,
that.
ooh, that one looks shiny.
Yep. Fuck yeah, dude.
Pens and dice goblinry, and I'm here for it.
Let me think. I'm gonna write some random words down, and then I'm gonna give them to you.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, here we go.
Get a better.
Oh, that's so awesome.
There it is.
Oh, it's so rainbowy. I want to bite it.
So pretty.
I want to bite it.
Almost focusing on it.
You gotta
Focus.
you gotta do the makeup hand thing, Kent.
I don't know that. Oh, there it is. There it goes.
Yeah, you put your hand behind it and hold it
Yeah,
up like
so
that.
it focuses on the thing in front.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, doing it a little bit. It looks great though, dude.
Yeah, works enough.
And then, of course, the cool little book. Book.
Oh, that's
Where
cool.
it comes in.
This is what
love
I.
that.
It's not what it came in. It's what it comes in now.
Yeah.
But it's a. The
Oh, that's awesome.
roller has a.
That's really nice.
And
I love
I got
when
a
the boxes
sticker
have
in
like a
here.
built-in roller.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, hot pepper.
It's one of my other stickers that we got. It was from one of our
Our GMs, yeah.
one of our GMs.
Aw.
It's from a game that they're making that
I don't remember.
what was it? You are playing rats in a food truck
Yes, that's right.
doing their own Iron Chef competition.
Ratatouille on steroids. I'm so
Yeah.
here for it.
Yep. Man. Also, update.
Update?
Update.
Oh, you can't see her.
Yeah, I can see she's all stretched out. There she is.
You woke her up, Jess.
You startled the baby.
She was asleep. Oh no, she looks so sweet. Sorry, Annie. Go back to sleep.
And I also have my other
Okay.
sticker that I'm not
Okay.
sure if I'm allowed to show on Twitch. So
Is it a
Send
sausage?
showed
it to the Facebook chat. I want to see.
you have it. It's one of the Kirby cryptids.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. I'm sorry, Annie.
We love a good cryptid.
Mm-hmm. I gave the two for Christian and Sarah. I gave yours to Amber, so hopefully they made it.
Perfect.
Nothing has arrived to me yet.
I have written a series of nonsense words
Excellent.
that do mean some things sometimes.
Excellent. I'm just going to start writing.
So you let your mind go blank, and in that void that you've attained in the consciousness, in the stillness of yourself, something moves and your hand starts to scroll across the page. Some of the characters are not even fully formed. They are scribbles or shapes or hash marks, but every now and then there's a word. There's a couple words. And it takes you over in a fever of movement. And though you're thinking nothing, you have no idea what's appearing on this page, there's something about it that fills you with a sense of longing and loss, like you are so close to getting something back that you had lost that felt so right. Just the action of your hand on the page, moving so fast without pause, with certainty, fills you with that sense of grief, that missing thing. But before you know it, you've written to the bottom of the page, and I've scratched a few letters, symbols, and words into the base of the table before you stop. You look at the page before you, and it takes a few minutes. It is not your best handwriting, even when there are fully formed words. But what you manage to make out amid the slashes, hatch marks, shapes, and strange characters is: kissed my bitten lips, the spokes bent, the bells go home. Neighbors, the bells, you promised teeth, quiet, a badge.
Can you read that again, please? Because I couldn't
Yeah,
write that.
hold on. I wanna type it so I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
write it
you know,
down.
I'll type it for you guys. Hang on, that'll
Yeah.
make
Okay,
a little
thank
better
you. 'Cause
sense
like
here.
I was starting to write it down. I'm like, oh no.
Oh no, why did how the fuck did that happen? Chat, there we go. I like grabbed the chat button and pulled it off of the menu instead of opening the chat. I didn't know that
Oh,
Zoom could do
geez.
that.
Yeah.
Turn Midwestern Christian. Oh geez.
Oh, geez.
Oh,
Out of
geez.
Lutefisk. We need to do a Midwestern thing. One day we need to do what we need to do, honestly,
Iowa.
is the game that we always want to play that we never get to, Fiasco.
Yeah.
Oh,
We need to play Fiasco one day.
Okay. The commas are not commas, they are line breaks. So separated by the commas are just, these are clusters of words that appear together in different spaces.
Cool.
Otherwise there is no punctuation.
Okay.
It's a poem, though. I feel.
So she comes out of the trance slowly. Like her pen stops. And then there's like a long pause before she opens her eyes and they're back to normal and kind of studies the page for a little bit. Does any of this feel anything?
Kissed my bitten lips. James sent lips as well.
Did you ever see like the nature of James's artwork before all of this?
Yes, it was just birds, mostly.
Was it good?
Terns, gulls, willets.
Was it
I'm
good?
thinking of the
cassowary.
ass birds that one guy does. Funny. Oh.
I mean, as far as nature artwork, it was wood ducks. As far as nature artwork goes, it was very, very good. Technically, I mean, it I feel bad talking about the dead, but it lacked perspective and a sort of. It didn't really say anything. It was just pictures of birds.
It's a good way to describe it. If it were in a Autobahn guide to birds, it would have been great there, you know.
As an illustrator, as an illustration, it was excellent. As something that attempted to speak to the soul, it didn't.
No, none of it means anything to me.
Spokes bent bells. Do bells have spokes?
Spokes bent the bells.
Speaking bent the bells? The bells? Lips and bells. Bells appears twice. Lips tie back to what James told us.
Teeth and bitten. Home.
Do you think Kitty is making out with these men and sucking the life out of them like some sort of Lilith vampire? Because if she is, I don't know if I could stop her.
Possibility. I think we just have to go back and go in there.
We do, but I don't. She reaches to where her throat was literally torn out. I think it's probably best if we do a little bit of research first and find out if there is something we're dealing with. What we've learned so far is that there are things that the Vaesen don't like. And if we can maybe find out what we think we're dealing with, and we can find out what they don't like, then we could go forward with it. And I could not get thrown through a table. Or choked.
Let's try and avoid that again.
Yes.
Like, I don't know what you're carrying on about. I was totally fine.
Yes. Everybody else was fine. I'm like, wow, like Loki with the Hulk. Old Ma's just like, whoop, 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 whoop. I what's the dude?
Hawkins, Ellis Hawkins.
Uh, do we like ring a bell or something? I don't. How does one summon a butler? I've never had a
There's
butler. I do
not a
know.
bell in every room.
Right,
If you
right.
you usually just
Just
look for
open
him
the
or
door,
call,
yeah.
and if he doesn't show up, he's probably too far away to hear you, and then you have to go find him like
All right.
normal people.
I will see if he's
We're
around.
not rich.
No, that's correct.
We're just fancy.
Mr.
Yes,
Hawkins.
you find him in the library.
Oh, excellent, Mr. Hawkins. Two things.
Lovely.
One, in the seance room,
There's
a
a
little
mess.
there's a little bit of a mess, but I would prefer you leave it as is for now because I believe it's a clue for something we're dealing with.
He's like, all
So
right.
hands off.
What
Thank you.
nature is this mess?
Just lip painting on the table.
Right.
Hawkins is like, yeah, that's not even the worst thing I've seen this week.
He's like, this is nothing.
He's like, 3 weeks ago you tortured a guy to death in here. This is fine.
Blood
Your
everywhere.
lips are like nothing.
Yeah.
Paint, okay.
Secondly, because you know the library better than most of us, perhaps you could start us in the right direction at least. We're away from a house in Hempstead Heath, owned by a woman who acts as a patron of the arts. And as a matter of fact, she bought one of my own paintings. And, well, people go there and then go missing. Artists.
Talented artists.
Yes. Well, most of them. Listen, she has artistic integrity. She's sad that James is dead, but his paintings are just of birds, okay?
I mean,
Interesting.
they might be just really talented while they're there, you know?
Right. But is there books that you can point us towards about something that would...
Care about art?
You suspect this patron to be responsible in some way, or?
I have a feeling, based upon the lips and some other clues we've received.
All right. He gets up and he starts looking through the shelves. He pulls a couple books and he says, I'd start by familiarizing yourself perhaps with Greek muses,
Okay.
if it has to do with the arts. It is also
Muses
possible
would
that this is
typically-
just a creature who has found an angle for cultivating prey that is not significant in itself, but it cultivates the right kind of people who won't be missed.
That is true. Nobody misses
Something to
artists.
keep in mind. I'm afraid we don't have any sort of public records here. It might be worth looking into the house itself.
Disappearances could, man. Disappearances perhaps in newspapers as well? Ads taking out
Newspapers
things
could
of
be
that
a good
nature?
place to start as well. We do
Okay.
save the papers that we receive here. They're over this way, and he takes you into a little side room that is just kind of like archives of papers. And you can tell that they've gone back a very, very long time. The Rose House has been saving papers since it has been receiving papers, it seems.
Awesome. My kind
He's
of
like,
place.
these are all filed by date. And he like shows you.
Wonderful.
quickly.
Land records. So this is kind of a Christian question. Not Rosalie asking the question, but at least here in America, when someone buys a house, like those real estate transactions are published, right?
Yes, I would expect that at least significant real estate transactions, like
Yeah.
a manor or something was bought, like fancy rich
And
people.
this is
that
like
would
a
probably
fancy
be
place, right?
mentioned.
Hempstead
It's in
Heath
a
is
nice
decent.
neighborhood.
Yeah, it's in a nice neighborhood, but also like even if
You
it
have to
wasn't,
register with
even if it
public
wasn't,
records,
it would still be in the hall of records, right? So that
Yes.
could be if we
Yes,
can't
even
find
if
it here,
an
we can still
article
go
it wasn't
there.
worth mentioning in the paper, there would still be a record of the transactions in
Yes.
public records. Yeah.
Why don't we divide this up here, what we can in the library, and then if we can't find any record of Kitty buying the house, perhaps a visit to their own hall of records in Hempstead Heath to just find out when she purchased the property or if she
or
did.
if she's the owner, right? She might not even be the owner.
Correct.
That seems
I'll
a very
do
good
the-
course of action to me.
I'll do the muses first. I'll take the muses if that's all right with everyone. And I don't know if anyone wants to take the papers and look for missing people. And Just anything
Riley can
else
take
in
the
general?
papers.
Anything else in general? The
Because he also kind of wants to continue to look into what's her
Siobhan.
face,
Siobhan.
Siobhan.
because she was said to have moved from.
Yes, she has
Uh,
left the country near as you can tell.
Yeah.
Yep.
So she hasn't disappeared from the house, but she has moved from the country. As far as we can tell.
Yes.
Gone abroad. Okay. All right.
Let's see.
All right.
Hmm.
So we'll take some rolls. This can also possibly serve as your inspiration for the adventure. We have not done that for this one, where you can make preparations to give yourself a bonus to a roll. It cannot be the same one that you did last time, which would have been with Old Mog a long, long time ago, if you can possibly remember that.
Yeah.
So if you wish it
Right.
to serve as your preparations, you can definitely let me know that, and you will get that. If you would like to do something else for your preparations, this is a good time to do so too, while everybody's kind of taking a beat, going to places, looking at stuff, that thing. So
I'm going to take this as what Rosalie wants to do is read about as much as she can about muses, particularly if there is such a thing, things they don't like. Right.
mhm.
I mean, muses, Christian speaking, muses give inspiration. They typically don't take, I don't know of them taking anything back, but hey, I don't know. If they're mad enough, they might, because I've read a certain Sandman comic that really fucked me up. And that muse would be mad. So yeah, I'll just roll. I think for now, I'm not going to take my inspiration. I'm just going to roll to get some information.
You can make
Yeah.
I think it is a logic roll, probably learning. Learning, I would think. Yes.
Damn it.
To go through the things and stuff where he has started you and pursue them further as things catch your eye.
One success.
All right, one success. You start with the muses, as Ellis suggested, and you learn about the Greek muses. You know all of their names and their respective artistic domains, which I do not know off the top of my head, but a quick Google search can provide those should you need them.
I will just make note that I know of all the muses. All right.
Yes. You find all of that out. You learn a little bit about Greek history with the patronage of arts and how arts held in regard, some of the chief gods who supported arts, like Apollo and whatnot. And then you kind of keep digging from there into different sort of creatures and cultures that value art highly. Native to this particular region and area, the Fae are often associated with arts. You have a little bit of experience with that yourself, Rosalie. They are creatures that there are numerous myths and legends of them appreciating or being drawn to mortal artists, and then acquiring them in different ways. It very rarely works out in these myths and legends in the artist's favor when an artist's art catches a fairy's eye.
Oh shit.
So lots of legends like that, women singing down by the river while doing their washing, and then the
next thing
neck
they know,
likes the
yeet.
tune or
Yep.
something, you know.
Yep.
And sometimes these lead to passionate little dalliances, and sometimes they just lead to robbery or murder or kidnapping or being swept away to fairy courts to perform forever, sort of thing. But that does catch your eye, especially because of your own relationship to it, as well as the geographical relevance here. It's known throughout the Isles. The Scots, the Irish, the English all have different versions of this sort of thing.
That would lead me down, and I can, if you want to like let someone else roll, that's fine, and we can follow up with this. But the next thing that would start with there then is Rosalie would research like what keeps the Fae away.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll bounce around as you
So that's
start
fine.
perusing a next
I'll
kind
start
of
do that.
hole of research.
Start doing that. Yeah.
Riley, you're going to investigate the public records?
Yes. I am probably going to search the papers for, I think, the disappearances specifically in Hampstead Heath. It being a up and up neighborhood, it would actually make the papers for disappearances to be.
That's presuming people know that they live there too. But I mean,
Well,
I think it's worth.
I'm not so Hampstead Heath is the area.
Oh,
the
it's not the
Newford-
house. It's the
Newford
Newford House is the
House.
house. Hampstead Heath is the neighborhood.
Correct.
Gotcha. Oh, okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
So I'm looking for disappearances specifically in that neighborhood.
Neighborhood. Gotcha.
Go ahead and give me a roll.
And that would be would that be an investigation or a learning?
I think it's learning. Investigation is more
Okay.
going through like scenes and stuff.
Gotcha.
We're using the library here.
That is one success.
One success. All right, you start picking through and pouring through papers. How far back are you starting? What's kind of the time frame you're peeking into right now?
Let's go. Let's go at least a year.
All right, at least a year. So one of the first things that stands out to you as you're going through these papers is there's actually not a lot of news about any sort of mysteries, illicit goings on, or scandals from Hampstead Heath. You are not from London, but you have been here a little while, and you've been around some folks from London, certainly, and you do have an understanding that reputation means a lot to especially the well-off and well-to-do people, and they tend to keep their shames and scandals very quiet. So as you're seeing that, you're like, there's a suspicious amount of nothing going on, almost as if there were the things that did go on were repressed from public scandal. So that thought does strike you that there very well may have been more things happening, but unless they were egregiously large or incredibly public, that particular neighborhood may have had cause to keep them very quiet, possibly even leveraging money to do so. You do see there is an article about the artist. There's a couple, there's 2 or 3 articles about the artist's colony that you find kind of interspersed throughout the year in Hampstead Heath. They are a bit salacious, and the tone of the article is that it is a scandal that this artist colony has sprung up here, and that the good people of Hampstead Heath are now pitted against this sort of threat from within. The article does talk a little about Kitty Danville, the owner of Hampstead Heath, and it does mention that she is the widow and inheritor of her husband's estate there.
Okay.
Okay.
Who was her husband? Does it
Her
say?
husband has a name, which I have not written down, but he was an investment banker. And he is from London. So that little tidbit comes out in one of the articles. And then the other articles are similar. As they go on in time, like the later 2 dated ones mention particular incidents with the artist colony, such as artists walking through the streets, being drunk and loud and overall unbecoming of proper gentlemen. And it mentions that many of these artists come from, low-born families and places unbecoming of such a good neighborhood. They are not necessarily all known for their breeding, though a few artists from very respectable families have seemed to have been corrupted by the organization here. There's less speculation as to it growing, even some kind of veiled language about maybe somebody should do something about it. But really only those 3 articles, and they kind of just get more speculative and kind of like more incensed as time goes on. But you do get that little bit about Kitty being the inheritor of the sole inheritor of the estate after the passing of her husband who owned it.
Okay. I also when you were saying it's like one of the scandals, like something happening like in the neighborhood, is just like a group of people,
artists being drunk or walking
and
around. Somebody throws a bottle, fight on the front lawn of the house or something in broad daylight in full public. Oh God.
I can also just see it just being mentioned as like amongst the group there was only one outfit amongst them all.
Yeah, you could barely piece together an entire outfit on all shreds of clothing amid all participants. Mention of women of unsavory profession visiting sometimes, things like that. The police are mentioned a couple times, like the police had to respond once and take away some of these ruffians in cuffs.
Oh, we could possibly use our new contact then too to
That
see what
was
he knows about.
my next thing after finding suspiciously nothing in
Yeah.
this, I would go to our new contact, go out to our new
Kelly or
contact to see
whatever his
if
name is.
if he can shed some light on any more that has happened.
Hmm.
All right, we'll come back to that next leg of the thing. Nora and Cecilia, what are you up to?
So one of the if you know Riley mentioning like, oh, she like inherited this place, like this is her husband, and with the discussion of trying to figure out like, is she the owner, where the public records are, she's gonna try and see if she can look in public record and find more information on her, if that's a thing, where where she's from, like, you know, you find the marriage record, and if it says like anything about her.
Yep, you can definitely try. That is going to be, this one is not necessarily in a library. You know, I'm going to actually ask for a empathy-based roll here, because this is more a matter of getting access to the public records than navigating them on your own sort of thing. So we are going to do probably a manipulation test, I would say. You're going to have to go down to different places that would have such records, such as some of the large churches, possibly about marriage records, like city hall type things and stuff, department of whatever fucking housing, land selling transaction thing it is.
Yeah. So the dude
and get
was
these people to give you the time of day and show you some records.
there was like, they did have like a social register back then too, of like who was who. Like it was particularly, I think only nobles were in it. It was a peerage, but I think if you were rich enough, you might have been at least named in things like that, or at least in like social gossip columns. So that might be another avenue. Sarah?
Either works.
Yeah, you start at the one end and see if you reach the other before finding what you need, sort of thing.
Either way, manipulation is a 5
Yep.
because I have no bonuses in it. It's just my empathy score.
Hey, your empathy's high though, at least.
She got 5 empathy. Yeah, she's up there. 1-6. Only one,
All right.
but one.
You are running around throughout the town, taking coaches hither and thither, going through these records, asking folks really nicely, oh, just looking into this, having different little story about why you need to look into this here and there at each time, and seeing if you can get someone to look and you'd be like, oh, this sweet girl, I will help her out.
Sweet
and you
old
do
lady.
get a couple public servants to help you out. What you learn from your investigation through the public records is that Kitty Danville was married to you find out that Kitty was married to her husband, insert husband name here, Mr. Danville. She married Mr. Danville about 6 years ago. Nope, 5 years ago. They were married about 5 years ago, and then shortly after, within the month of their wedding, Mr. Danville purchased the house on the Newford house. Purchased in full with cash. Mr. Danville died 2 years ago, widowing Kitty and leaving to her his entire estate. Kitty is an immigrant from Scotland. You don't see any record of how she, other than she is from Scotland, you don't see any records that indicate why she would have come here or when she would have come here, just that she was definitely here 5 years ago when she married this banker.
Okay.
Kitty herself, none of the records seem to indicate that she is of any sort of like noble or peerage, nothing like that. Her husband, no nobility, no titles, but he came from a well-off family and he did better than his parents did in banking. He increased the family wealth, and sort of did better than the good roots that he came from. And I think that is about what you find in the public records. The Newford house itself was already built. It was not like a commissioned structure or anything. The structure itself is probably about like 15 to 20 years old. New construction, new neighborhood, nice, the growing gentry sort of thing, but it was not like built by Kitty's husband.
I was popping it in chat, so I don't have any, don't forget anything.
Yeah.
Okay. That's so vague. Immigrant from Scotland. No other info.
Yep.
She did not have an accent when we talked to her.
She is Scottish.
Amber, did she have a Scottish accent?
She didn't.
Nope.
She did
have
She
one
did
when we
have
talked.
she did have an affected a very she had an accent of like she spoke like of upper or middle class. She was using their sort of like dialect and nuances and whatnot. But it sounded to you like a Londoner accent.
Okay, interesting.
Wealthy Londoner accent. All right. Nora, what are you up to?
Nora's pretty anxious and nervous and pretty desperate. So I think she's going to quietly slip out of the house and go to the newfound house.
Oh shit. I was like quietly slip
Shit.
out of the house and vomit in the rose bushes.
I think
All right.
so.
Nora.
I think so. She's just gonna scope it out at first.
Yep, you're
See-
able to do that. Everybody's embroiled in their research or they've gone out and done stuff. Nobody, I think, has any reason to suspect that you would do such a thing right now. So you are able to get away. You head over to Newford House. You can get there within an hour by coach or by the nearest like train / rail thing. You have to hoof it from the neighborhood, from the beginning of the neighborhood. So you're walking through these nice manicured streets with these beautiful new construction, like brick houses and whatnot.
I hope to blend in, but I don't think that I do at all. Like I've got like a heavy cloak. I don't really have that great clothing. So I've just got like a heavy cloak, a hood up that's like hides things.
Anybody who looks at your shoes knows that you don't belong here. And this is a place where people look at each other's shoes. You are not harassed or anything, but there are a couple people out strolling. The fine ladies walking with their friends, taking their afternoon strolls and whatnot. They look at you. A couple of them will cross to the other side of the road. You get, they're like, like another one. The neighborhood's really going to shit kind of looks. But you are not like stopped, spoken to, or harassed at all. Make it to the Newford house. Right now, there is no one on the lawn. There is a bit of junk and detritus on the lawn. There's some canvas. There's a kind of buzzing mass of several flies hanging out around some spoiling ham. Some desecrated and spoiling ham that is laying on the lawn.
Ah, yes, that's right. Ham darts.
from the aforementioned game of ham darts. But nobody is out right now. All of the curtains are kind of thick and drawn. There's like no windows that are open or anything like that.
Oh no, they're all thick and drawn. Damn. Okay.
Do make a observation test for me.
Observation. Around what time is it that I get here ish?
I imagine folks are kind of doing stuff in the afternoon right now, so it's probably like 2 or 3 o'clock.
I am going to push that. So I am going to take
Oh, damn.
frightened.
Splitting the party and
I
taking
got no
conditions.
success.
Wow. Do we have
Both
any
No
times.
rerolls?
successes. You're just sort of standing there and you're like, well, fuck. What do I do about this?
Yeah.
Do we have
Um,
rerolls?
I
Oh,
don't.
shit.
Just saying.
We probably do.
We probably do.
Oh, we were any rerolls used in my absence?
No.
Yeah, I don't think we,
No,
I don't think
last
we
time
used
we
any
didn't.
last
No.
session. Yeah.
No.
Then we have 6.
Hot damn.
I'm gonna look.
Literally, some of these are from 5 months ago.
Use them. They're getting stale.
Yeah, I'm gonna look around first and make sure that no one is kind of looking at me or wait for people to walk on around the corner. And then I'm going to kind of walk towards the house, kind of like I belong there, and kind of walk around to the back and then try and kind of like stealth around the windows towards the back. And then I'll try and make another observation with a reroll.
Okay, go ahead. You're like, dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
Dun, dun.
And to hope that there are not curtains in the back. I'm not sure. Ah, I lost the dice. Hold on. 1-6.
1, 6.
The
My
last
lady.
dice I rolled.
Let me
Uh-oh.
double check this map. But there are curtains. The heavy curtains are on the windows in the back as well.
Okay.
And where the fuck is my map? Let me just make sure there's nothing special in the back here.
Joe just provided me with the spicy mac and cheese bites that I'm in love with, and I'm so stoked.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Spicy mac and cheese. All right, around back, there is another door that could be, there's a back door that could be used to gain entry, depending on if it is locked or not. There are a couple more windows, all curtained, and there is a porch in the back as well. You don't see any windows that present any sort of like view or anything like that. They're all tightly curtained. But you do notice as you're walking around the back that there's a brick wall that surrounds the yard. And as you're like sneaking around, you're sort of like you'd like duck by it for cover, and you're like dun 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 dun. You notice that the tops of the wall have holes in them, interspaced 3 or so feet apart, each all the way down. And the holes, they look like they're holes for fence posts or something, that are not there anymore.
So there's a brick wall, and there were holes in the top of it.
Mm-hmm.
She took the iron out.
I don't understand.
She's Faye. She took the iron out.
Wait, but I don't understand this brick wall with holes.
So it's a brick wall, right? And then in like fancier neighborhoods, they have those iron like spear points on top of the fences, right? And she took them out because they're iron, cold iron. She can't be around it.
So they're like divots, they're not holes.
Yeah. So now there's just a hole there because the things were dug
They're
out.
holes
Like,
where
just,
like a post, where like a
was-
post, a fence post would have been set.
Yeah, because they have like iron spears in it. You know what I'm talking about? Like, like.
But it's not like a hole that's like surrounded by brick.
No, I'm picturing it as like
No,
on
it's
the
in the top of the
right?
wall, like the top surface of the wall, like the vertical
Yeah,
surface.
because it was the spear points. It was like the iron spear points.
Yes,
You know,
Christian
like on
is
top-
correct. It is there's holes where a iron spear points or an iron fence,
Yep.
Like,
decorative or useful, would
Yes.
have been removed.
Like that, Jess. I just put it in Zoom chat.
Oh, they are holes. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought and was picturing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And after noticing the holes, you can look around and you see like several neighbors have fences with like the decorative iron fencing at the top of the wall still in place.
Yep. Oh shit.
Well, this means nothing to me. I'm just like,
I don't know what the sign
Yes.
says because I can't read.
yes.
Shadow's Master, and when the guy passes us the note, bold of him to assume that we can read.
Actually, that's also RuneQuest.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like,
that's true.
pass
none
the
of
secret
us
note,
can
and we're
read.
all like, "Joke's on you. We can't read."
Elder, read this for me. Okay. All right. So I noticed that the fence is missing. Okay. Is there anywhere to hide? Like,
There are a few like manicured bushes and topiary type things in the yard,
what time of day is it again?
like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
God, am I just gonna hide in a bush for a while? I guess I'm just gonna hide in a bush for a while.
Nora hunkers down in
You're
a
not
bush.
gonna come back?
We're finally seeing Jess.
She
be
lives
Jess.
here now.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make me a stealth test, Nora.
I want to try and get inside
We're all gonna go
But,
there.
like-
Never mind. We're all gonna go
but,
there
like-
later.
with people. I need to like try and go inside with someone who lives there. A stealth check, you said?
Yep.
It's true. I can't just read books. I'm being impatient. I got 1 success. Oh, wait. Yes, I got 1 success. This does not have my mental
All right.
penalty.
You are hanging out in the bush for now. We will pop back over to the extended research of Rosalie. Rosalie, once your eye was caught by the Fae, you're like, ooh, I like the feel of this one for this particular incident. I'm going to look at Fae weaknesses and stuff.
Have I had a chance to talk to Cecilia and find out about her being from Scotland by any chance?
Cecilia.
About now, you would have completed your first legs of your research. Cecilia, you may return to the Rose House, and see Rosalie still buried in books. You know that she must be really compelled by this investigation because you remember her researching back at Brandcombe and how much she hated that.
The constant sighs and angry noises.
So she will walk in, look, and just finally found one that caught your attention.
Yes. Well, what's that supposed to mean?
I, you and books don't always get along. It was supposed to be a joke.
Religious books and but this is interesting.
Well, what is this?
Did you know that the Greeks had a muse for each different sort of art?
Sounds familiar. I believe I've heard of that.
They did. They did. And I don't think they were dealing with anything Greek here, although I don't know if fraternities were a thing back then. So, I mean, they must have, because some fraternities have been around for a real long time.
You know, the Greek bacchanals you read a little bit about do have very fairy-like vibes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like that's kind of like the comparative mythology that's going on here.
Yeah,
Hopefully nobody has a picture of a bacchanal that everybody gets upset about.
Oh, there's a picture of a bacchanal in there that you really like.
Oh no, I'm sure
You're like,
Rosalie
this
likes
is
it.
art.
Yeah, Christian's
What's a
making a
bacchanal?
reference. Everybody like gets naked and gets drunk as fuck.
Naked,
and,
banging, drinking parties, baby.
No, but in
Grease.
reality though, like Dionysius, when they were celebrating him, the Bacchanals, they had these women called the Maenads, I think. I want to say
yeah.
Maenads, and like they were scary as fuck because if you didn't join in, they tore you to pieces. Yeah, they just like ripped you apart.
Yep.
So you had to join. Yeah.
It's called a bacchanal because the other name for Dionysus is Bacchus.
Bacchus. Yep.
Gotcha.
So anyway, yeah, I'm into that picture. But no, and this one has like these pictures as opposed to like, oh, I'm sad, I'm the Lord. Ugh. So anyway.
I'm sad, I'm the Lord. There's so many thorns in my head.
Man, I'm gonna get hit by lightning.
Go directly to hell. Do not pass go to hell.
I
Get
know,
like $200.
I'm just for the memes I send you guys, and those even aren't all my memes.
St. Peter at the pearly gates looking at your meme collection.
Just like, dude,
Bro.
really? You thought this was funny?
Bro.
Anyway, but I don't know. There are certain fae here who get attracted to an artist or their art, or a girl singing a song down by the river, or something along those lines, and occasionally snatch them and take them back to their courts. Or, well, it won't go well for them. And so I'm looking into just the fae in general, and ones that might be interested in art and what they don't like.
Very worth looking into. So I went down and I was able to get a little bit from public record. There isn't much about Ms. Danville. She and her husband were married 5 years ago. He died he
died 2 years ago. Yep.
They were married for 5 years, or they were married 5 years ago?
They were married 5 years ago. He died 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah. Married 5 years ago. He died 2 years ago, leaving her everything.
Sounds like a perfect marriage.
He bought the house in full, cash. Very,
Definitely
very
sounds
wealthy
like a
man,
perfect marriage.
wealthy family. All this info about him. Kitty? Immigrant from Scotland.
Scotland?
That's it. Yes.
She didn't have a trace of an accent when we talked to her.
I know. That's all that was said about her. Nothing about
And she wasn't like a member of the peerage or anything like that?
Nothing is mentioned.
And she wouldn't have been educated where she would have been educated out of the accent.
And so
unless she was
nothing.
An actress or something like that.
I mean, it's possible she just spent a lot of time trying to blend into society, but there was nothing.
It all seems very convenient that he just died like that so quickly after getting married. And do we know how he died?
Amber, did it say?
It says that his death was ruled like accidental, but otherwise no details about it.
All that was said was it was ruled an accident.
It was a tragic accident.
Which is...
There would be...
very suspicious wording.
There would be a death certificate somewhere.
Yes, but how do you go asking for a death certificate? I went to like 4 different places trying to not sound suspicious.
Death certificates are public record.
Unless the death is embarrassing and you have money.
Correct. That's true.
Oh, that's true.
That's true.
That would probably be the constable might have that, or that could be at like the hospital or the
That might
coroner's
be.
office.
And Riley has this new friend who I
Or
don't
public
really want
records.
to be around, but he's a police officer. And
It's
All
not-
of our friend. It's
yeah.
not Riley's friend. It's all
Yeah,
of
he
our
was he
friends.
was a friend of Arthur.
He is
Arthur
not my
vouched for
friend.
him.
He's a friend of the house.
He's a friend of the house. Yes.
That's a very good friend, a friend of yours, not of mine. But maybe he could find the records as a cop.
The redacted ones.
It's possible. We could go take a look, or if it seems you have more work to do, I can go sally off.
Mind doing on your own. I want to look into and find out what if there are some sort of art stealing Fae, what they don't like, or what Fae in general don't like, because I think that might come in handy. And for once, I'd like to be prepared.
Apparently, they don't like fences.
No, they don't like iron. I really wish I knew that.
I know.
But I really wish, like, Rosalie knew that detail. But
Right
hopefully I
now, I'm
roll
like, they
well.
don't like
Yeah.
fences.
Yeah.
They like to see their neighbors.
So Cecilia just kind of smirks to herself and just, better not to get your throat ripped out this time, huh? And she just pats her on the shoulder and walks out.
He goes, I am getting wiser.
Proud of you.
I am growing.
Look at me. I have character growth.
All right. Cecilia, I'm gonna have you run into Riley down at the police station for the sake of having
perfect.
more than one character in each scene.
Yeah.
Riley, you head that way after your initial research to go check up on police records, see if your constable bud can has anything to know, and you run into Cecilia like on the way. You're like heading toward the police station where he works, and you see Cecilia like getting out of a little cab or something, and you're like, hey. You are now together.
All right.
Perfect. I look so much less suspicious now.
I mean, so like I'm just like an Irish dude looking into things that I probably shouldn't be looking into.
Yes, but you're a dude.
That is true. Let us go and see if we can find
Colin Kelly.
yeah.
Constable
Was he
Colin Kelly.
wasn't he a former constable or a
No,
I think he's a current constable.
current
He still
constable.
works in the precinct.
Hey, friend.
So we'll go in, we'll see we'll see if the constable's in.
He is. He's filing some paperwork right now at this time in the afternoon.
Beating a random Irishman.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Actually, Riley, your accent sort of helps you out in this case here.
Mhm.
The constable is also an immigrant from Ireland.
Yes,
You come
that
in
is-
with an
that is
Irish
true, that is
accent,
true.
asking for the Irish constable, and the secretary kind of at the intake there is like, what's your name? I'll let him know that you're asking after him.
I'll say that I'm Riley O'Day. I'm from the Rose House.
She's like,
Ooh.
all right, one moment, hon. She gets up, she goes back. She returns after just a minute, and she said, he said he'll be out in just a moment if you want to take a seat.
All right. We'll take a seat and give it a wait, and I'll just kind of I'll just like observe the station right now, just kind of see what's going on.
Sitting in the station, hanging out. This is one of the busier kind of little precincts of London. So there's like a constable dragging some guy in who's all drunk and yelling and stuff. He's got some blood on his face. Just coming like, get over here, you little shit. Like just wrestling him back. Another constable comes to help him drag him off. There's people coming to and fro with stacks of papers and whatnot. Another officer goes like running out in full uniform, just like runs out the door. Like it's busy. It's not like everything's on fire and stuff, like the middle of like the night and everything, but like they're actually working. After about or 4 minutes, not too long a wait, Colin comes out. And he sees you immediately, Riley, then he looks at Celia and he's like, oh, hey, you looks at your face and he goes, do you want some coffee?
I'll look at Cecilia if she wants anything, but I'm all set. But we've
Or tea, rather. It would have been tea
Yeah, it
that
would
you
be
offered.
tea.
Coffee. Tea. Would you like some tea?
Oh,
Gladly. Thank you.
He's like, right, come this way. How business or pleasure today?
business for where we have some questions about I assume Cecilia had caught Riley up on what
Yes.
you guys have seen. So we're kind of looking into some disappearances that had happened around particularly the Newford house. And we've been looking into the kind of out of like he knows that like we're part of because he's connected
Yes,
to Arthur.
and when
Yes.
you say disappearances, you've been looking into some disappearances. He says like Rose House sort of disappearances.
Yes, Rose House disappearances.
Right. Okay. He leads you back to his office. He doesn't have like a private office. He's got like a room with like 4 kind of ye old cubicles, but there are no
Mhm.
other officers in there right now. So he just like drags over a chair from one of his colleagues' cubicles for you both to be able to sit, and he goes and he gets some tea for y'all. And he says, all right, he flips open a pad and he's like, what are you looking for? What can I do to help? Who are the missing people?
Well, who was the first one? The
John
John
James
Morrow.
James
James Morrow.
Yes,
Morrow.
James Morrow.
and Martin
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 Bellows.
Martin
Meadows.
Meadows.
As
Meadows.
everyone says the wrong last name. She's
And,
like Bellows, and you're like Meadows. I'm like Meadows.
And your Shaban has also left. I guess she's not
So
missing. but
yeah, she's not
also left.
missing, but we have been looking into it for the most part. It was happenstance that we've noticed that there have been some disappearances
When
coinciding
you say
with this house.
Martin Meadows, he whistles and he goes, I know his sister. First, she when the officers at the precinct that handles the Hampstead neighborhood would not help her, she climbed up the chain of command all the way to here.
Well, yes, it seemed like it seemed very coincidental to a point that I happened to be searching for an artist that used to live at the Newford house, but from what I could discovered, she fled the country. And then it's another one of us who was working with the Rose House was contacted by the sister because it seems like she is a old friend.
I figured she'd go private after hitting some dead ends with the public recourse. I did not handle any of these cases personally. They were not in my purview. I was just she was just memorable when she showed up in the lobby is all. But I can look in to see if any reports have been filed on either of these. I am certain that Amelia would have filed a report on her brother's missing, but I can see if any officers did do any follow-up at all. I'll have to let me write you a letter to Give me a British name.
Roger Moore.
Oh, actually, you know what? I think there is a name in here I can use.
British name generator.
British name generator.
Roger Moore.
I
James
think there's
Bond.
actually a guy in here that I can use. When you know a guy.
Sebastian.
Is
Dark Void.
Let me write you a letter to Sergeant Hall. He's the sergeant at the Hampstead Police Station. I know him. This should help you get an audience and maybe some cooperation.
Right.
But they'll have more records regarding anything in the Newford house and the disappearances of folks from it than we'd have here at the station.
Would it I'm also looking into information on the previous owner. Mr. Shit, last name? What's the fucking last name?
Danville.
Danville. Mr. Danville. I saw there was very little
Roger. We'll take Roger. Roger Danville.
Roger Danville.
Yeah.
There was very little information about his passing, and I was just curious as to what happened. I don't know if it would be here or at this station with your friend or
This was a while ago?
2 years ago he passed away.
You might have a copy of some records by now. I'll take a look for you. If not, I'll include that in the letter to Sergeant Hall.
Thank you.
It's like, all right. There's some biscuits over there. Please help yourselves. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Might be more than a couple minutes. The records are not always in tip-top shape. And he gets up and he heads off, moving with purpose.
Cecilia gladly snacks.
Num 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 num. Butter cookies. Scones.
Ah,
Yes, they have marmalade and scones.
Marmalade and scones. It is the newest craze.
what are we, Paddington Bear?
Aw, Paddington.
As marmalade.
Marmalade.
It takes him about 20 minutes, but he does come back with a file. He tells you, I can't let you take this out of here, but I can let you take a peek at it.
That works for me.
Looks like Mr. Danville had a fatal accident on site in his property. Here's the coroner's report. There's nothing to investigate according to it, but maybe it'll help you.
So she will open it up and take a look.
And it basically says as such. It says this looks very weird to you when you read the coroner's report. Like, he fell on the fence. he was clearing a bothersome bird's nest off of the roof and fell onto the fence. He died from like rapid exsanguination. The fence had torn his throat. And he bled out in the yard. He was dead by the time anybody could respond.
Okay.
You're like,
Perhaps-
that's fucking weird.
Perhaps he tripped upon a leaf.
Upon a leaf, yeah. He was a successful investment banker.
Yeah, he's a successful investment banker. He wasn't adept at clearing birds' nests.
Yeah, why clearing bird's nest off of his roof?
True. Yeah,
Huh.
perfect excuse to dispose of an iron fence.
Unfortunate.
Makes me wonder if there's more to the story now, but Christian is making up things in his head. Like he was holding her captive.
Always looking for the other angle. So yeah, he lets you peruse it and stuff and takes it back when you're done. And then he takes his seat at the desk and he's like, "This will just take a minute," and he starts writing a little letter for you. gives it a little signature and a little stamp, folds it up for you, and he says, bring this to Sergeant Hall. I've introduced you as private investigators working for the Beddoes family, of repute. Just looking into some public records that I've worked with you all before, and you're legit.
Thank you.
Laid it on there a little bit. It would be really nice if the Beddoes family could get a little closure. They're respectable folk.
Don't think. Yeah, no, I think we're good here.
He's like,
So,
all right. He sort of stands, goes to shake your hand, Riley.
Mhm.
And he says, give me a heads up if things start to turn south in a bad way.
we'll let you know. We don't, as much as we're adept at finding danger, we don't have quite the means to get out of it ourselves.
He looks at you and he goes, try.
Very much try. Very much try.
And then he says, Miss Cecilia, pleasure meeting you.
You as well.
He walks you back to the front lobby and lets you go with a wave.
We should probably go to the Hampstead Heath, or should we go back to
We should
the Rose
probably
House?
go back to Rose House, grab the others, and then head over that way. We can all, well, possibly head over to the house together or return. Either way, it's better to have everyone together.
Yes.
Yeah, you never want to go off on your own. That's just ludicrous.
Yeah, go.
This is ludicrous.
Why would
Just
you do
go-
that?
Yeah, who wants to spend hours hiding under a bush?
In the garden where the death took place and she doesn't know.
Next to the cursed wall section.
Yeah.
We'll do you returning to the Rose House first, and then I'm gonna do stuff with Nora, and you all will get there at a dramatically appropriate time.
Can
Perhaps.
I
Oh,
have
fun.
during the time they were doing the church, the police stuff, can I just have research stuff the Fae don't like? 'Cause I
Yes,
didn't want to do that.
that's yep. So what you have found, there's a wide variety of things that Fae don't like, and it does vary based upon type of Fae. And you, of course, get conflicting sources about what each type of Fae doesn't like. So some of this you're certain must have some kernel of truth to it. Some of it is probably bullshit. A prevailing theme that you do see is an aversion to Christian iconography, or Christian things. There are plenty of Fae that can be disrupted, paralyzed, even destroyed by reciting scripture. They abhor the sight of the cross, the sound of church bells.
Bells.
Yep, lots of Fae have been destroyed or fought by saints, blessed weapons, that sort of thing. So there's a pervasive theme of having an like Christian trappings and iconography being an anathema to the Fae. You do also see, the tidbits about iron, Fae being unable to withstand the touch of iron or tolerate it. Silver, on the other hand, seems to be a Fae-friendly metal, fairy silver, and there are enchanted silver trinkets and things in Fairyland and whatnot. Let me see if there's anything else. Some Fae have aversions to certain herbs. Herbs that tend to have some relevance to Christianity in some way, like St. John's wort and things like
Gotcha.
that.
Christian iconography.
Some Fae are also able to be tricked or trapped if they can be goaded into some sort of competition or bargain with a mortal who can then outsmart them in some way. There are lots of fairy tales and stories about
Be
a clever
doing that.
hero somehow beating a Fae at its own game.
Right.
That's what you sort of drum up in the meantime, though.
Advantages or work again?
So an advantage is you do something to make a preparation for the coming adventure, and you get to add
It gives you plus
An
2 to
additional-
one of the skills.
2 additional dice on one of the skills in a specific role when you choose to use it.
Mhm.
All right. I don't think this applies then. I'm going to ask Hawkins if we have any cold iron laying around.
He's like, are you looking for an obvious weapon or a less obvious weapon?
Something concealed.
It's like, right. And he goes off into downstairs into a room that you don't go into often, and it's got boxes and boxes of things and stuff in storage. And he pulls out a box here, a box there, and then opens up another box, and there's a dagger, an iron dagger laying on a little velvet pad here. He
That
takes
is
this.
perfect.
He's like, do you bring it back? It has been in the Rose House for quite a long time, and has saved a number of investigators' lives in some hairy situations.
Oh, of course. I'm good for it. I just hopefully I won't need it. I take it. I just like slip it up my sleeve.
Why does he do that? And he says, you're thinking it's a fairy.
I am, yes.
He's like, be very careful.
Careful is my middle name. Wrapped up throat.
Don't
Freezing cold hands.
don't give it anything. Not your name, not a promise, not thanks or gratitude.
He already knows my name.
He just frowns at you.
I think that. I don't say it out loud. No, nothing at all. Of course. Just out of curiosity, say I had met one, and she bought my artwork already. Asking for a friend.
She bought you already. I would say she's likely taken a shine to you. That sort of attention often proves unfortunate at the worst, at the best for folk. I would have your guard up.
Okay, but if we had been introduced, then I hadn't that name thing. Just thinking now that I mean my name
It has
was
power
used at the thing.
sometimes with
Okay.
some fae.
Right. Well, hopefully I'll just drive this through her face and that'll be the end of it. I say
Do
with
you
the
want to
iron dagger.
cross?
Not really, but yes, I guess I should take one.
He gets you he's got like a box of little silver crosses on chains.
Oh, if you have a couple, I'll take some for one for everyone then.
He gives you one of each.
She just kind of like disdainfully puts them in a bag.
Remind me a little of Arthur just now.
I'm
Gearing
sorry.
up for war.
I'm sorry, Hawkins. I'm just not much of a fan of these things. I don't know why.
I'm not either.
Okay. Well,
But power often
Hopefully.
lies where people believe it does.
that is true. That is very true. I've made a reputation based on that. But thank you. I appreciate your help.
Of course, let me know if there's anything else.
I will.
I'm gonna really quick interrupt since we are between scenes. Sunday Mead, thank you for 13 months of subscribing. Just over a year. Insane.
Oh, dang!
Beautiful. Thank you very much, my good dude. It is very much appreciated.
Hot damn, love it. Thank you, Sunday Mead.
You get out of that box. You don't need that.
The rest of you arrive at the house, exchange any and all relevant information.
Take these, and I give him the cross.
A cross for each.
She just kind of, why are you giving me this?
Because I converted, darling.
No, give me the actual answer.
It's something that they don't like if it is something that we don't want to meet.
Okay, thank you. And she puts it in her pocket.
I also have
Meanwhile,
pulls out the
Nora.
iron dagger. Iron.
To be fair, crosses might cover a couple of things. So,
True.
meanwhile,
Nora,
in a
you are
bush.
hiding in a bush. You're in the bush for like probably 40 minutes, like long enough that like a couple bugs have like crawled on you and your like knees and stuff are starting to hurt just from being like crouched like low for so long. But eventually that back door does open and a shirtless, or actually he's wearing a robe that's just like open. He does have like trunks on underneath, but he just like walks out onto the porch and he's smoking a cigarette and he just like flicks it kind of casually into the yard and then he like pees off the side of the porch.
Have I
And
seen
the
this
door's just
man
open
before?
behind him. This man.
It's Reg, the Dick artist.
You know what? It is Reg the Dick artist. This is a very Reg kind of vibe here.
I'm not trying to sneak in on my own, so I am just going to watch him and see what he does and see kind of what I can glimpse from inside the house from where I am. But I'm probably not going to sneak in.
Yeah, because it's on the porch, you can't really, and you're crouched down, you can't really see
Like
too much
high up,
into the house.
yeah.
You can see that the house is very dimly lit right now.
Hmm.
And there's not like a lot of noise or anything coming out of it. It's pretty quiet in there. The artists have probably partied themselves into a stupor and are sleeping late into the afternoon right now. But Reg just sort of gives it a shake and then goes back inside.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep hiding in my bush. I am gonna do something probably right before the party gets there.
All right. We'll say it was like 3 o'clock then there. Another 45 minutes to an hour goes by, and one of the curtains in the back room kind of gets drawn aside. Where's my map? There's so much scrolling back and forth when all you have are PDFs. Yeah, one of the curtains gets drawn aside, and there's like a kind of petite, thin woman with dark hair, like tied in a messy bun. She like throws the curtain aside, and she just has a cup, and she's just like kind of like sipping from the tea, just staring into the yard.
Crap, I'm the only one who didn't see her, right? At the party because I was bleeding in the back.
No, you did see her. She
I
made
did.
a comment about your blood.
Oh, okay. Is this the same woman? Is this Kitty?
No, this is not
this
Kitty.
is different. Okay.
This woman is much smaller than Kitty.
Hmm.
Kitty is very tall.
She's like a petite, put together woman
Yep,
drinking
petite,
coffee.
thin woman. Her hair's tied back in a bun. She looks tired, pale, but she's just kind of like sipping some tea, like just like long night and just like staring into the yard.
She's on the second floor?
Nope, she's on the first floor. She's so there's like the porch on the back side of the house, and there are 2 windows and that back door both lead out onto the porch. She's at one of the windows, so you would have to go up the porch and then you'd be standing in front of the window.
Gotcha. Okay. I know. I'll just continue watching.
She stands there for about 10 minutes, and then a gentleman kind of walks up behind her and like taps her on the shoulder, and she like turns to him. They talk for a moment, and then she like closes the curtain.
Okay. Wow, but no one leaves or enters the house.
You are at the back right now, so
Yep.
if people were going about business, they would probably be leaving through the front.
Right, but I don't hear like the door open and stuff like that from the front.
You know what? Make it a test for that.
Okay.
Let's see. Where's the what is the equivalent of awareness?
Vigilance?
Yeah,
Yes, that is the one.
Yeah.
Oh wait, or is it observation?
No, it's vigilance.
It's vigilance.
Yeah.
Observation is people. That's right.
Yep.
I have one less because I'm frightened. So that is 2 successes.
Yeah, at some point during your crouching, you will hear what you're pretty sure is the front door close.
Okay, in that case, I will probably sneak towards the front and see if I can get a glimpse of who's leaving.
All right, give me a stealth test again.
That is 2 successes.
All right. You stay low, tucked around the corner of the house, and you peek over, and there are 2 men. They're actually dressed for outside now. They're fully dressed. They have like their little coats on and stuff that are buttoned and everything. Hair's a little messy, but they are heading out like onto the street, walking at a purposeful clip.
I might follow them a bit and see where they go.
All right. I'll let you keep that stealth test for the following. You follow them. They walk through the Hampstead neighborhood a ways until they find a cab, and then they hail the cab and they get into it.
Jump on the back.
I will hail a different cab this time to follow that cab.
We've finally done the trope. Follow that cab.
Follow that cab. All right. All right.
Or I can convince this cab driver that I'm trying to do a magic trick and I need to learn about cabs.
Maybe pay him.
I can pay him either way. Kind of. I'm poor. I'm spent all my money trying to do magic tricks in London. Really, all my money.
Make me just a manipulation test to get the cab driver to just, accept whatever money and follow this cab. This is a nicer neighborhood, so like the hey, follow that cab criminal sketch thing is a little less common here.
I do not look like I'm from this neighborhood, I suppose. Oh no.
Do you need another reroll?
We still have 5.
It is. I got no successes, but I'm going to keep it.
That's the spirit.
Okay. He follows the cab kind of far away, but is unwilling to kind of like speed up, take little risky maneuvers and stuff, and it does end up losing the cab partway through. The cab is lost down in the crummy art district where Rosalie used to live. Actually, he loses it there.
Okay. All right. I will hop out, pay my cab driver, even though he does not wish to do what I requested, understandably.
He looks at you like he's not happy about this either.
We're both not happy, but I will pay him and tip him and send him off. Good day, sir. Leave him with a flyer to my show. I won't actually give it to him. I'll just hide it in the back of his carriage. I'll stick it in places for people to find.
Marketing.
Then I will go find my friends or return back to the house.
You going to the Newford house or the Rose house?
I will go back to the Rose house.
All right. You rejoin your friends.
Probably just about the time we're like, where is she anyway?
Yeah, you're like, she's gone. And then she just comes on and looking a little miffed.
We were just about to leave and we couldn't find you. Where'd you go?
Well, I am here now. Did you learn anything new?
We learned that Kitty was married. Her husband died. We found out at the station that he seemingly fell off the roof trying to clear a bird's nest and fell onto the fence posts.
Ah, that would explain why the fences are missing. I was wondering.
The fences are missing? Do you mean the iron fences?
I mean, I suppose I don't know what kind of material they were made of, but the fences are all missing and their neighbors have all fences. I suppose I could tell that the neighbors' fences are all iron.
Yeah, they're the typical stylish kind of black
Yes.
iron.
The iron fences are missing,
Iron.
Cecilia.
Being very suspicious, Rosalie.
Well, I did some research on the Fae, and they hate iron. And this too. Here, take it. She gives you a cross.
She's like, ew.
Yeah, take it. Just
The Fae and
Lovely.
Rosalie hate crosses.
they don't like those. I totally understand why.
Perhaps her husband was a Fae? If he fell and died on a cross?
I think that
on a
he was a
fence?
husband, and she whacked him and took his money.
Her husband was an investment banker, extremely wealthy, from a well-to-do family. And she came from Scotland, and that's all we know about her.
And she did not have a Scottish accent when we met her.
Oh. Okay.
That does not mean anything necessarily, but
No, I mean,
that's a
she's
hard
only been
accent
here
to
for,
shake.
Yeah,
And
for a short amount of time.
Well, we don't know actually how long she's
Yeah, we
been
don't
She's
know.
here.
been here.
Because
We know
that's
she
fair.
I know
was-
she's been here at least 5 years.
Yeah, she's
At
been
least
married
5
5
years.
years.
Oh, it doesn't say. It
Quite a
just says
bit
she
longer
came
then.
from Scotland, but it doesn't
Yep.
say like when she came from.
That's-
Yeah,
Scotland.
you found that
Correct.
she's Scottish on the marriage certificate. You did not actually find any immigration documents.
Gotcha.
Other than that, I think we were just about to head to the Hampstead Heath neighborhood
What is our plan when we
To-
go there, though?
to
Yes,
go
what-
to the Hampstead station
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I
to
forgot
talk
that
to
part.
Sergeant Hall.
Colin gave us a note of introduction.
Yes.
Oh.
And from there we can hopefully find out some more neighborhood specific things that have been going on, as our contact is not part of that station, and some things may be kept more in-house.
And then possibly when night falls and the parties begin, we go pay a visit.
Oh, that's pretty smart to wait until night.
Well, it seems like that's when everyone there is
Lively.
active.
Active. The nocturnal life of artists.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. Okay.
All right, you all head down to the Hampstead police station. The Hampstead police station is, unlike the larger, kind of more centralized station that Colin works at, a lot slower, a lot more leisurely. Not a lot of crime happening in this nice neighborhood, and the sorts of crime that do occur here are the hush hush kind, not the police running around kind.
Yes.
So you get in, the police station is nice, well kept, very clean. Not a lot of people running around. Occasional person walking by holding some papers. That's about it. There's a receptionist. Sort of just, can I help you?
Yeah, I'll hand the kind of letter of introduction over. It's like, we're here to see Sergeant Hall. We're
Private detectives, private
Yes.
investigators is what he said you were
Yes.
in the letter.
yes.
She kind of looks at each of you, looks at your shoes.
Damn it.
And then she looks at the letter and she says, all right, let me see if he's busy. And she gets up and she goes into the back. And she comes out with the sergeant in tow. Sergeant Hall, he is probably about in his mid-50s. He's got brown eyes, and his thinning dark hair is kind of flecked with gray. He's got a big walrus mustache that sort of dominates his very round face. And skin's a little bit ruddy in complexion. But he comes out and he's like, took a look at your letter from Constable Kelly. Private investigators, he said.
Yes.
Hmm.
And he looks at you each suspiciously. And he says, and I assume that you were hired by the Beddoes girl.
Yes.
Amelia,
Yes.
Persistent lass, I'll give her that.
she's worried.
he's like-
Understandably so.
He's like, "Well, she loves her brother. That much is clear." Okay, I'm afraid there's not going to be terribly much I can help you with. What was it you were looking for in particular? I can show you the police report from the arrest, but it's not actionable. There's nothing we can do about it.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. I'm
The
curious.
arrest?
Do we know about arrest?
Nope.
No.
Because we were gonna look at
Death certificate is what we wanted to see.
yeah.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Well, we saw the death certificate slightly, right?
No, I don't believe So
We saw
we
the
saw-
death
yeah.
information for the
Yes, you were
husband.
gonna look for it if
Oh.
you found the death certificate for the
So we
husband.
found that.
Yes.
So this is
Gotcha.
more, so this is really what we were looking for here is we were trying to
Yeah.
find out what sort of shady shit went on that the cops weren't talking about in the neighborhood. And here we go.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, we have some other information that we may find a lead when we see the arrest report.
He's like, all right. Should probably just leave it on top of the pile at this point. He walks into the back room and he comes out with a file for you and he's like, lad was drunk. Put him in the cell for him to dry out overnight. In the morning, Miss Danville came to fetch him, and off they went. And he hands you the report. And he's like, told the sister the same. She wasn't satisfied, though. I have a police report to read to you.
Uh-huh.
Coming round the corner into the high street, I observed a young man riding a bicycle in the direction of the station. He appeared drunk and evidently had great difficulty controlling the machine, falling off it 3 times as I approached him. He did not seem to hear my challenge to stop and was unable to account for the ownership of the bicycle, saying at first that he had borrowed it from a friend, and when unable to give the name of this friend, that he had found it leaning against a wall. When I asked where he was going, he replied that he had to leave Hampstead immediately because his life was in danger. He declined to name the person who threatened him, saying only that she will find me. He repeated this several times, growing more agitated as he did so. I charged him that he was drunk, in charge of the conveyance. I charged him that he was drunk, in charge of the conveyance, and that I suspected him of having stolen it, and told him that he would spend the night in the cells at Hampstead Police Station and be questioned in the morning when he was sober. He seemed calmer after this and offered no resistance, although he asked if the cells were secure enough to keep him safe. Once at the police station, the young man identified himself as Martin Beddoes and gave his occupation as poet, and his address as Newford House, Gladstone Place, Hampstead. Owing to his condition, he was unable to give any further information, but Newford House is well known to local police as a residence occupied by a colony of artistic persons of various kinds, and the subject of regular complaints by its neighbors. The following morning, he received a visit from Miss Danville of Newford House, where he had been staying. He seemed afraid at first, but was calmer after the two had spoken together for a few minutes. Mrs. Danville said that the bicycle belonged to one of the other guests staying at her residence and offered to return it to its owner and pay any fines or damages. Mr. Beddoes left with her, apparently of his own accord, and the matter was closed.
What is the date of the incident?
The date of this incident it's about a month ago.
Yeah, because he's been missing for a month.
That's a horrible sinking feeling in my stomach. I don't know where those happen.
Sergeant Hall says, it's not a crime to make poor decisions or to exercise one's will to questionable places. There were
Rosalie sees Nora and just kind of holds her hand.
no damages. No one came forward and disputed the bicycle or anything like that.
Was anyone here who witnessed Miss Danville taking Martin out?
Or speaking
He's like,
with him?
yes, I was working the desk that morning, actually, myself.
Did he seem... How did he seem with her? I mean, he seems very apparent from the report and what we've heard. He seemed very agitated, and now he seems to have calmed down. Did it seem odd?
But listen, it's not a secret that I don't like the Hampstead House, and I really don't like Miss Danville. I think she's bad for the neighborhood. I think she's corrupting the youth. I think she's besmirching the sons and daughters of a lot of fine families. She has no business being here. She clearly has some hold over the youths, but again, not actionable unless somebody comes forward and presses charges for some sort of abuse.
Right.
I wish it were otherwise. I'd be the first one kicking the door in. But he did.
Be
He left of
surprised at
his
what you
own
might
free will
find.
with her. He seemed very settled.
Hey, first time chat. Mark Songs, welcome.
Hi, welcome.
Have there been any others that seem to have
Arrested?
fled
Oh, fled.
the house in any dismay? Like maybe not to have been reportable, but just anyone who since what
Folks come and go from the house often. They pack few possessions. On patrol, I and my officers have seen numerous young folk packing bags into cabs and leaving. None suspicious, and none in a state suspicious enough to warrant questioning. There's nothing else like the incident with Mr. Beddoes, if that's what you're asking. Nobody else has come caused a disruption whilst being terrified or anything like that. The lad was very drunk.
Okay.
Usually when they're drunk, they're of the sort of yelling, screaming, making lewd gestures in public sort of persuasion.
More of the jubilant nature.
Yes.
He was afraid.
Maybe he remembered his Christian upbringing.
Sorry, Rosalie actually kind of like, excuse me, must have swallowed a bug.
Well, I think that's all the questions we have. I'll just like look at the other three and just like
Got nothing else. Yeah.
If you do find someone or speak to someone who is willing to come forward with reports of abuses, do send them to me.
What was this guy's name? Sorry.
Sergeant Hall.
Sergeant Hall.
Sergeant Hall, can I ask you one more question? You've been on the force for a while now. You knew Mr. Danville,
Danville?
Roger.
I did.
He died under some rather mysterious circumstances. What happened there? Can you tell us more about that?
Oh, as I recall, it was a accident while tending to his property. And he makes an expression like he doesn't like it, like he thinks that's a little bit bullshit. But he says the coroner reported the injuries as consistent with what Ms. Danville had witnessed, claimed to have witnessed.
Was she the only witness?
She was.
Oh, how terrible to have seen her husband die. You know them both. How?
Or find him.
Right. How are they? Together, I mean.
Oh, Roger was besotted. And they were before his death, they were proper members of the neighborhood. Had good relations with their neighbors, dinner parties and such. That changed after she came into her inheritance.
She did not have any wealth of her own, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
But
Roger just sort of moved here with her. I understand that they were newlyweds at the
From what
time.
I understand, he did very well for himself, though.
Yes.
Even more so than his family.
That is how I understand it as well from a few of the other folks in the neighborhood.
Well, thank you.
All right. Be careful and don't go causing any more work for me or my lads.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of it.
Hadn't planned on it, don't worry.
He takes the file back and heads back inside.
Yeah. We head out.
I say this as we're walking out. It just... Not excusing her. Typical Rosalie looking for the good side of the monster. I'm not excusing her, but I just... Seems like he did very, very well for himself. and she was very different while they were married. And, well, I'm just saying, what if he had captured her somehow and forced a bargain out of her?
He's dead now, though. It doesn't explain what she's doing now.
No, I'm not saying I excuse it. I'm just saying maybe that's what happened, and maybe she was held captive here. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much into it.
No, thinking too much into it is what we're here to do.
I just feel that there's more of the story with him as well. Maybe he's a victim, maybe he wasn't, is what I'm saying. It wouldn't be the first time.
I mean, it doesn't really matter now. He's dead. They're all dead.
No, of course. Of course. And really, we're here to worry about, well, your friend and
He's dead.
my acquaintance.
Also dead.
Also,
Well,
very
just
bad
dead.
artist. But we need to get to the bottom of what happened to them. At least we owe that to them.
And figure out what her whole deal is.
Right. I mean, she can't just go killing artists unless it's my competition.
Rosalie.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
Riley, do you have a gun?
Yes.
May I have it, please?
Desperate for a gun.
Why?
Do you know how to use a gun?
I practiced with Lady Crap. What is her name from America? My patron.
Lorelai.
Lorelai, thank you. I practiced with Lorelai.
Lorelai is a very good shot.
He is American.
Yeehaw, motherfuckers.
Yeehaw. Pew pew.
Now, remind me later to tell you guys a story off stream. That just reminded me of.
Do you feel like you're going to need it to do something?
Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask.
I think he's trying to ask what your intentions are with the gun, Nora.
Yes.
I'm going to go into that house and shoot her.
I'm going to hold on
She's
to it.
jumped from 0 to 50.
Okay, that's maybe not immediately because
I
that will-
am going to the house.
Not even work, Nora.
What? We might not even
Guns
work.
didn't work on Old Mog.
Also, if you walk
You
into
did see how little the guns worked against Old Mog and what she did in the interim.
also if you walk into a house and kill the owner, you will be arrested. Period. End of sentence.
This isn't Brancombe in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of suspicious villagers who will hoard together in times of
Yeah.
We
remarkable
are
times.
also going into Hampstead Heath, a neighborhood filled with people who will hear a gunshot very clearly.
Is that the worst thing?
Do you
I mean,
want
for
to get
you.
arrested? I mean, that's on you.
I'm going to the house.
That isn't going to be the best. Why don't we just
No,
go?
I'm
and-
going to the house.
Oh,
As
you're
in, to the
impossible.
DM, I'm turning around.
Oh,
and
okay.
going
I
to the
got
house.
you.
I'm not
Okay.
saying
Okay.
that. I'm going
So
to the
you're
house.
just kind of there mid-conversation, like kind of speak
Yeah.
sense to you, and you're just like storming off toward the house.
Yes.
Okay, she is in motion.
Shit.
She's
The rest of
impossible.
you, are you following or not?
Nope.
Yes, because we know
You're all like, oh
that
fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
we know that Nora is just going to kind of like kick in the door and
What'd you do with Martin? I love it. All right, the rest of you scramble after Nora, who leads the charge down the street, walking with a fucking steely determination. You stroll right on up to the Hampstead, to the Newford house.
Before
it is-
I go ahead,
Go ahead,
Bosley
Jen.
first.
No,
you
go
first,
ahead. Go
Bosley.
ahead. I want to see what you say first. Because
I'm
what
not
you said.
saying anything. I guess I
Sure.
will. I'm saying something, but you're saying me as Jess. I'm saying something.
No, you were saying Nora was going to do something. So
Yes,
what you
right before I go to the door. So if yours is earlier.
I was going to see what you did because I'm probably going to drop off from the pack and kind of try to stealth around.
Okay. Before I get to the door, I am sticking my hand into my bag and I'm going to ask him a question.
Oh, is it? Would you like to message me the question, or do you want to do it out loud and people just don't know that it happened?
What
Up to
is
you.
happening?
I think it's fine to do it out loud.
All right.
So as
Jess has a
we're
magic
going
friend in
up,
her bag.
as
Yeah.
we're going up to the house, Riley's actually going to take another look around Hampstead Heath as we're gunning towards Newford House.
Okay, so you're looking around the neighborhood and whatnot.
Yes.
Right,
I'm
it is
looking at particularly like the houses of the neighbors. I'm looking at kind of like how like their whole places are set up.
comparing like maintenance, the style of the structures, how close they are together, that sort of thing.
I
have no idea what was said, but I'm smiling because the other two are smiling.
Gunning
Doc made a
towards
pun.
Hempstead Keith, really.
I'm basically looking to see if any of the other properties were damaged in any way that would be like nothing obvious, but something that is subtle enough that it doesn't ruin the aesthetic of the property, but like, oh, that thing is no longer usable.
Okay. All right. So that's easy enough. We'll start with Riley. Riley, you're walking around, you're paying attention to the neighborhood and whatnot. It is the evening now, time that respectable folks are likely having dinner. So you see a lot of lights coming from inside the houses. It's not full dark yet, but kind of like dusk is setting. The shadows are getting long. It's getting darker. The houses all appear to have been built sort of at the same time. Like the neighborhood was kind of built in a spreading fashion. They're all of similar size and style. Everybody here is about the same class and about the same amount of money, at least from their property, including like the Newford house. You don't notice anything that is obviously or suspiciously damaged in any way. Like you'll notice maybe the tine on somebody's fence is bent or something here or there like that. Nothing that jumps out, or like nothing like claw marks, nothing suspicious looking. There's the occasional little thing where you see, oh, they have not yet tended to that. A bent little fence rung, or like a cobblestone that is like a little that's come loose in a path or something like that.
The horror.
But nothing that seems obvious or significant to you in any way as you're comparing it. All of the vegetation in all of the yards looks to be about the same health, including the Newford house. The bushes and like topiaries in the Newford house have they're in need of more like trimming and sculpting than their neighbors. They probably don't receive care as often, but they're not like withered or blighted or anything like that.
Okay.
Nora, you charge up to the front door or back door of the
front
house?
door.
Imagine she just goes around back.
Yeah, front door. I have like Rosalie's cross necklace kind of wrapped around my wrist, one hand as like a bracelet with like the cross kind of dangling. I'll stick my other hand into my bag and feel it kind of wind up my arm and kind of prick a little. And I will just say to him that I have to find him. Even if it's just his body, I have to find him and find out what had happened. Can you make me look like him? And I'll let him kind of crawl up my arm and toward my back.
It has been so long since you have used those powers. I have forgotten the powers that you have selected.
It's just illusion, so I can just do illusionary stuff.
Excellent. And I have also forgotten if you need to roll to activate the powers or if they just work.
I have also forgotten.
Let me take a look here. I have to go into the other book for this.
What the fuck is happening?
Everybody's like, oh, secrets!
I have also forgotten.
No,
everybody's
while I was getting my face stomped into the church, there was like an
I
illusionary
wasn't
kid
there.
running around. Yeah.
This is new for me. This is new for Cecilia. I'm stoked. Give me weird magic shit.
Cecilia might be the only one who sees kind
Okay,
of something underneath my dress kind of crawling up.
She does have like decent observation.
Yes, you have 8 dice in your pool. You must
Mm-mm,
roll a
that's right.
success to activate.
Oh no.
Is this just gonna happen like right in front of us?
Is this mental or physical? Probably mental, right? So that's one less. It's probably mental.
What do you oh, because of your thing?
Yeah, because I have a what's it called? A condition.
Yeah, we'll say that. It's
Yeah, it's probably mental. Ah. I have 1 success.
1 success.
Thank God the rest are 1s and 2s. Thank God they don't matter. Yes, I
Oh
will
my
just
God.
ask
Okay.
if I can look like him.
You feel the almost static like buzz tangle across your skin, starting from your wrist and washing across your entire body. And when you look at your hand, with the cross wrapped around it, it is a young man's hand. A young ginger man's hand, complete with the occasional freckle.
Can we
Those of
see
you,
this?
yes, those of you behind Nora see her just sort of like shimmer for a moment, and she is a young redheaded man, complete in the kind of attire of a well-to-do middle-class gentleman.
Okay.
I am going to
Yeah.
grab an empty bottle from the lawn. In horror, I guess I'm pretty angry, but in horror, put it to my lips, sort of, and open the door.
I'm gonna roll to see if this is a backwash bottle because I have to.
We don't have any time to react to this.
It is not. You are lying.
I mean, you might. I mean, I had to
I
do
just
some
think
things.
They're just like,
What is a
Alright.
backwash bottle?
People like spit in a bottle sometimes, like empty
Oh, like
bottles.
wrestlers and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
Yeah.
People chewing tobacco. People just
Oh,
even
chewing
people who don't chew
tobacco.
tobacco. I don't know why. There were a lot of like backwash cans and like cigarette cans too, like ashtray cans. Like yeah.
You rolled to give me a backwash bottle. Oh my God. I'm already putting an empty,
Bottle.
disgusting.
Please make it an ash bottle. That'd be so funny. You just drink watered ash.
Ah!
Oh.
I'm angry enough. I just grab whatever empty bottle is there on the lawn. It can be an ash bottle. Throwing
Alright.
open the door.
And you
This-
open the door.
Yeah, the bottle isn't for drinking, it's for smashing.
I to change
house
what I was
is-
going to do then. I'm not going to yeet off yet because this is interesting.
The house is alive right now. There are people talking and moving about. There's the smell of like food and smoke and sweat and like perfumes and stuff. You're hit with that aroma that Rosalie had walked into. I'll give everybody else a chance to react now.
yeah, Cecilia just looks at the other two, like making sure she's not going crazy, and just is like,
kind of saw this and is like kind of taken it back a little bit, then looks at Cecilia and she's like, I can do some strange things too. We're all a little odd. And I'm going to follow her in.
She's like, me too.
I got your back here, Nora. I
I'm
got your back.
going. Okay, well, I'll wait for the other two to see what they're doing.
Mhm.
If they're doing anything. That's okay if you want.
I think,
Riley's like, Jesus.
yeah, I think Riley is more kind of frozen in place than anything, because I don't know how much like actual magic he's seen you two do.
Riley, you've seen this of me before. Not changing my appearance.
Yeah, it had
but
the magic that he's seen you use before had plausible deniability as part of a stage performance. So
Correct.
it was
Correct.
done in such a way that it was extraordinary, but it was this far over the line of plausible extraordinary, you know?
Yeah.
and I am a magician after all.
Rosalie saw, and she could have just thought she was hallucinating it because old Mog was beating her head against the church floor. But she did see a little girl trying to run around and like distract old Mog while she was getting her ass kicked. And I'm going to say that she probably thought she was just seeing things because her head was like bouncing off the floor. But now
A
she's
ghost
like,
of
oh,
one of her
it was
victims or
Nora trying
something.
to save me. Yep,
Little
exactly.
Anne. Yeah,
Yeah.
little Anne from the
It was little Anne. Yeah.
from the little town.
Yeah, no, Cecilia just like momentary panic and then just quickly follows in.
Just be ready for anything.
I am going to throw my arm around Rosalie, pretending I am drunk, and just hold up my bottle and say, "Friends, I'm back."
Rosalie, okay, I know exactly what I'm going to do. Rosalie is going to start singing.
Something bawdy and
And
fun.
this particular song, which I think probably only no one has heard me sing before. So she starts singing, "Thrill with lissom lust of light, O man, my man, come careening out of night, O Pan, yo Pan, yo Pan, yo Pan, come over the sea, from Sicily, from Arcady, roaming as Bacchus with fauns and pards, and nymphs and satyrs for thy gods, on a milk-white ass, come over the sea, to me, to me." And I'm going to use my dance trollcraft. Make these fuckers start
Oh, jeez.
dancing.
So one of the things that this adventure does not offer guidance on is if the PCs kick in the door and just start slinging fucking magic.
Because I haven't really gotten a chance to use it, and fuck it.
Cecilia and Riley come running in behind, like, what the fuck is happening?
There's a fucking revel in here if you get this right.
Yup. And I have 8 dice for this, too.
Nora
So-
/ Martin is just going to give Rosalie a big kiss on the cheek.
Mwah.
She's
Only
brilliant.
1 success. Wow.
But it's
Out of 8 dice.
one.
But it's still 1.
You could.
But
Push.
it's one.
You keep the
Could
6
also-
if you push.
Oh, I could.
You keep the 6 if you push. Right? Don't you? Oh, I could be wrong about that. I thought you keep the 6 when you push, but maybe that's a different game.
That's you're thinking of mutant. You reroll.
Damn
all
it.
dice
Never
when
mind.
you
You
push.
reroll all die. Yeah.
Because these, I really don't care. I don't think it's going to affect the person we're really here for. I just want
Yes.
everyone else to
To start
oh, we have a,
dancing.
we have a reroll. We have
Let
a
the
reroll.
party begin.
We've been given more rerolls. We're up to 6 banked.
All right. You guys
it.
saunter
I'm gonna-
on in like you're fresh
What?
off of
Wait.
a revel, bringing the revel home. And several of the artists that are in this room opens up into, I think, the reception room. Let me make sure here on me map.
Rosalie, you're probably I do a pretty good performance, but Rosalie, you might be the only person who can feel that I'm shaking like a little bit.
Yeah, because I'm holding you. Yeah. And I kind of squeeze you. I have to keep singing, but I just kind of squeeze your hand.
Yep, this opens into the
Yeah.
reception hall. So there's the fireplace. It is lit and crackling away, and there are artists kind of hanging about, and they were mingling and drinking and smoking and stuff. And then you come in and you start singing, and the ones who are already on their feet start like swaying, and they're like, "Hey!" And a couple of them like, "Holy shit, Martin!" like,
Japan!
yeah, one of them comes up to you and is just like, "Where have you been, man? People have been looking for you. Your sister came here. Holy fuck, is she a firecracker?" Gave everybody an earful. Like,
Hey, that's my sister.
So are they like
hey, I mean it in the most complimentary way.
they don't really have a choice to not dance?
So
Good
basically
question.
with the one success, it's a contested roll. So some of them succeeded
Gotcha.
versus the
Okay.
one, and a bunch of them did not. So there's a couple who stay seated, or they're swaying along, but you can tell it's like it's a little like off rhythm. They're dancing because they just like the song, sort of thing.
Gotcha.
But
I'll
you do
just
have
keep
several
singing
of them caught
and
up,
like
in the
keep
dance.
doing it and
For sure.
dancing
Like
around.
some of the ones caught up in the dance, they like go to somebody else who's also caught in, and they start like dancing with like a partner. They're swinging around and their feet are skipping. And the folks who like aren't swept up in it don't notice anything is wrong. Like this is kind of, I mean, it's an artist, it's a decadent house. Like they're just like, hey, like clapping along and shit. Somebody picks up like a violin and starts to play.
Oh, you know how it is. You find yourself from one party to the next, and before you know it, days have gone by and the drug wears off, and I found my way back home.
He's like, well, we're glad to have you.
Does anyone look suspiciously surprised as I'm looking around for the people who do somewhat recognize Martin?
Indeed. Make me an observation test.
This is batshit. I love this, Jess.
I'm crying inside.
Oh, baby.
I have 2 successes.
Okay, so it's this one. Okay.
He's just what the fuck?
I just
Almost
saw
like she's
something.
reading so
I just
much.
saw something very funny in an NPC entry. What did you do? How many successes?
2 successes.
2 successes. Yeah, there is an artist. He's sort of in the next room, like the dining room, but you can see him through like the broad kind of archway. He like looks in and sees you all. And most of the other artists have kind of reacted with like surprise and like, oh hey, like it's Martin, like genuinely surprised to see you, but also like not like a dead man just walked into the door, nothing like that. He doesn't smile. He doesn't laugh, he doesn't say anything. He just sort of like watches. But his reaction stands out as starkly different than everybody else's.
What does he look like?
He is mid-20s and he's dressed as a typical aesthetic. He's got like a velvet jacket, soft collared shirt, a big floppy bow on the collar there. He's got massive curly dark hair, a thin little mustache. And his eyes are kind of like, you know, a bit sunken, a bit darkened, like he doesn't sleep well. Yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of, I don't know. I'm just like, and I return home and I will move amongst the party and just.
As you enter in, like one of the artists quickly puts a drink in your hand and is like, "Hey,
Oh
throw
my
that swill
God.
out."
Thank
Throw
God.
that
And I'm
swill
like,
out. Drink this.
and then I'm like, my friends, I've brought friends.
You have to tell me about your trip to the Lake District. Did you find the inspiration you were looking for? Do you have something new?
You know how it is. It's always an artist's endeavor to find more inspiration, a better, clear idea. But alas, another dead end.
You didn't see what Wordsmith saw there, eh? Ah, well, maybe what you need is a refresher back here.
Who did he say? Wordsmith?
Wordsworth.
Wordsworth was a
Wordsworth.
poet. He was a decadent poet.
Oh, gotcha.
Cecilia and Riley, are you going in with
Did
them,
you guys
or?
go in or yeah, you
Yeah.
Oh God.
After the
You're like, I brought friends, and these are the friends in question, and most of the artists are like, hey, you know, there's some drinks over there. There's a pile of opium over there. Like have something. What do you do? What do you write? And then they'll let you like get like 3 words of a lie out if you're lying, and then they're like, but here's what I do. And they just start talking about themselves by and far the most part.
Oh, they're new. Come, let's give them a tour of the house.
He's like, well, they're gonna have to meet Kitty.
Oh, of course. What was I thinking? I should also tell her that I'm back and give her my regards.
it is very interesting. I'm thinking about it now. Like everyone in the group, I think, not counting Ronaldo, not has met, but actually has some sort of
Magic?
artistic.
Oh, artistic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
thing.
all artists.
Oh, that's true.
Because like you're all like painter, writer,
Performer.
state performer.
I also play the
And-
fiddle.
And Riley is a not only a musician but a instrument maker.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Yep.
right.
This is a crew of artists.
Yes.
All right.
As I dance around, I'm going to actually take the cross rosary that I had out of the bag and kind of just like put it over my neck if we're going to meet Kitty.
Yes, of course. Of course, I should give Kitty my regards. What was I thinking? Where is she?
She
Tonight?
hasn't come down for the evening yet, but you know, she should be down any time now. I think dinner's almost done.
She's upstairs in her
No
room then.
ham tonight, though. Don't ask.
Don't need to. I saw the remains, carcass. I don't know what the right word is. I'm a poet. I should be better than
It's getting
this.
better, isn't it? It's getting better with time. I think the maggots add a certain, you know, je ne sais quoi.
They really say something.
The neighbors love it, I'm sure. Such a delight.
Fuck the neighbors, I say as I dance by.
Fuck the
Continue to
neighbors.
sing.
Honestly, it would improve their attitude, probably.
Well, I don't want to be rude. I suppose I should go say hello to Kitty before dinner.
The artist doing it just is like, oh, all right, yeah.
No,
All right,
it's
I'm gonna
yeah.
make my way to the stairwell.
No, I know now it's like the whole thing of just like it's like let Jess go off and uh die and or
Die.
kill, but because like we haven't like fully like committed
I don't know
to-
anything about Kitty. I don't think I can do anything to her.
so the thing is like we haven't fully
We
said,
don't know
oh
that
yeah,
she's the
like
cause either. Yeah.
yeah, like she literally just could be an innocent
Yep.
rich woman who is grieving the death of her husband in a very weird way.
Yep.
And it just so happens that artists keep disappearing under her care.
Yep. That's why I need to see her see my face.
Um
Hmm. One of the artists comes up to you, Cecilia, and is like, "You're Cecilia Evans."
Ooh.
I am.
She's like, "I read your novel.
recognition.
Ooh.
And what did you think of it?
I love it. It's inspired. Really,
Writer and author of Long Past Dawn.
there's a lot of talent. Yeah, there's a lot of talent in this house, but yours is something special."
Thank you. A work falls into place when you have the right muse, you know?
I know exactly. You should stay here sometime. Martin is right. This place is special.
I might. And what's your name?
I'm Julie.
And what do you do? What's your forte?
Musician.
Oh, what do you play?
Harp.
That's beautiful. You don't see too much of that.
No, and it's very hard to travel with a harp act, honestly.
I
So,
can only imagine.
Kitty has been so generous here. I feel like I've grown a decade in the past 3 weeks.
In a good way, I hope.
Or aged a decade.
Yes. People here are
Well,
going to change the world.
I can sincerely hope so.
And then she starts to like chat with you about your book specifically. And she's like, okay, so this scene here. And
Yes!
she's
Oh
going
my
into it.
god! No,
She's
Cecilia
like,
will,
so this scene here.
she will answer questions in her usual, like, vague Cecilia
Yeah, like I'm not
way.
gonna give any answers, but do keep asking questions because I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, oh my god, it's out of publication, but people are still talking about it.
Yep. So Nora is heading up the stair. Interesting. You need to make it look like you know where you're going, even though you don't. You're like, yes,
Rosalie does.
yep, I'm gonna go upstairs and see Kitty.
Rosalie does, because Rosalie got a tour with.
Okay, there is a stairwell going up from the reception hall that you're in here. Those are the only stairs you can see from where you are. Is that where you're heading,
Yeah.
Nora? All right, so you head up those sweeping steps.
Can I interject for a second? Rosalie
Yeah.
does know because she got a tour from the Dick artist.
You got a tour of the downstairs.
I think he only
though.
took you
That's right.
he only took you around the
Downstairs.
first floor. Yeah.
Bastard. All right. I'm going with her anyway.
I am going to whisper to Rosalie, that man in the dining room who's peeking in here. Watch him. He knows something.
I'll just look back and note his features.
Easy enough. Though actually you would think easy enough, but there are a lot of pale, dark-eyed,
Yeah.
thin artisty types here in foppish clothes. All right. Are you still going with her, Rosalie, or are you staying behind to watch this guy now?
I'm going to try to, yes, I'm going to go with her. I'm just going to keep an eye to see if this guy follows or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Riley, what are you doing?
Because this is Riley's first time in the house.
Correct. You've only talked to gentlemen on the lawn who invited you to come inside and have some fun if it is to your taste. Actually, one of them you recognize, and he recognizes you, and he's like coming over from the crowd. He's like, "Hey!"
Oh yeah, one of the guys from outside. Um, I think Riley is going to just kind of wander around the house and kind of observe, like take a look at things, see how things are, and see if anything catches his eye.
All right, Riley, make an observation test. Nope, vigilance test. Vigilance is the one I'm looking for here.
Yes.
Or I'll also take investigation, honestly, because you're now in a kind of
Yes.
investigating a scene
Loopy.
thing. Either one is fine here.
I would be more investigating than anything. So that is kind of rolled around my mic. So one success.
One success. All right, you start kind of picking around while still looking like you're mingling, making your way around kind of the first floor. You get to the reception room, which has big ass tables. There's a lot of like liquor on them too, but also like some breads and snacky things and stuff. One of the things that you notice is a pile of portraits that are kind of paintings that are near the big bay windows there. One of them, they're kind of like haphazardly stacked, so one of them is kind of sticking halfway out from the pile, and Nora is in it. It's like on its side, and you can see like the top of her face, like it's Nora.
I'll lift up to that painting and just kind of look at that painting.
You fish it
That
out.
portrait.
It's not framed or anything. It's just on like raw stretched
Yep.
canvas. It's not as good as a lot of the other paintings that you've seen here. It's sort of broadly amateur with large strokes, like the shading is not great and stuff. It's a little bit abstract looking, but it's definitely Nora. And it's she is standing on a stage. There's a red curtain behind her, like a lurid red curtain, and in front of her there's a young man. He's split in half and spread apart. So there are like connected entrails and veins and sinew and things just in this red web, and she has her hands tangled in them, and she's holding them up like a puppeteer. His mouth is open, blood is pouring from it. His eyes are wide with shock. She's in her stage gear, her white gloves stained red.
I forget, was I at this show?
No, you were at the one after it.
The one after.
The one after it? Okay.
Yeah.
Cecilia was.
Ah.
Cecilia was there.
Okay. Okay. So like Riley has heard of this incident.
Oh yes, it made the papers.
So this is definitely someone who was at the show at the very least, or heard the rumors and decided to put it to canvas.
But definitely
Yes, they
knew
did.
what Nora looked like.
So there's that, and that's probably not a good thing.
So there's that.
Riley just, I don't know what to do with this, but this sucks.
On the uphand, it's a good thing that she's not actually who she is right now.
Oh my God, you're right.
So putting this aside, I think Riley is going to
Just tuck that aside.
I'm gonna just like
Put a pin in it.
flip it over and just put it back down on the pile. And he's going to kind of go throughout the house again, not again, but continue through the house. And I think he's going to look not for what's around, but for what's not there. So like things that would normally be in a house in a manner of sorts, but like seem to be gone. Seem to be.
There are no staff. You notice that everybody you pass here, nobody here appears to be staff in any sort of way. That is made exceptionally clear by the fact that not a lot of cleaning goes on around here. There's a lot of stuff piled in corners and places, glasses with dried remnants in it and whatnot.
Who's
So there's
making
no staff.
dinner?
That's a good question.
Not that I'm there, but like, who's making dinner?
Who is making dinner?
Yes.
There are
An artist, that's fair.
Could be
there
a
are no
chef.
crosses.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of most respectable homes in the UK at this time would have some sort of cross in each room. There are no crosses. And there are not places where crosses used to be either. It's not like you see nails where like, cross sat for 20 years and then was
Yep.
removed. Nope. Nothing
There-
like that.
Which would be interesting because this was a house that was built previously.
Yeah, it's about a 20-year-old home and somebody would have
Yep.
owned it before it was purchased by Mr.
Danville.
Danville, yeah. Mr. Danville.
So like that is also interesting. The fact that like there wasn't ever any crosses.
Or if there were, they've been painted or wallpaper. If they were there long enough to leave marks, they've been painted or wallpapered over.
That is true.
Yeah, there's not a lot of light or airflow. All of the windows are shut and all the curtains are thick and drawn.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of the things that stand out to you as you browse the first floor of things that are kind of like that would be in most normal homes that are not here.
It just occurred to me now. But when have we ever seen Kitty? Or has Kitty ever been seen?
You have only seen her once when she came to the gallery.
Which was what time of day?
Night.
It was evening. It was a night gallery.
And when did she pick up what's his face from the
The jail?
jail?
She did pick him up in the morning.
Okay.
Mm.
I think
Early
she's a
morning?
vampire.
Or starting
The report did
day?
not specify, just that she arrived in the morning to pick him up.
Hmm. I see.
You can infer it might have been earlier because the report stated that he would be questioned further in the morning when he sobered up, and that questioning had not occurred before he was picked up. But again, that's just an inference or assumption. Nora and Rosalie, as you ascend the stairs, Nora, when you kind of leave the din of the conversations and the laughter and the reveling and the dancing and stuff down below, as you sort of like rise above that upstairs and are just like turning on to the second floor, and you have a moment where that moves aside, a little bit of quiet moves in, you suddenly realize your hand hurts very badly.
Whose hand?
Mine.
Nora's.
Okay.
Mine.
Making sure because they both have hand things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
It's
the
always
one
kinda
that you have
cold,
wrapped the
but-
cross around.
Uh-oh.
I also, as like the sounds and the people kind of drift away, I drop not my illusion. I keep my illusion up, but I kind of drop my pretense. I take my arm back around from Rosalie, and that kind of party demeanor is gone. But shit, right? It like burns, like
Yep, when you look at your hand, the cross has left a red mark in the shape of a cross on your skin.
Is it burning on mine as well?
Nope, not yours.
I'll give it a
Maybe
little
I'm
bit of
saved
a.
after all.
Wouldn't that be nice? I'm gonna just give it a little bit of a lead on my hand.
Then dangle a little further.
Exactly.
All right, you have entered a hallway on the second floor. The hallway, let me see, left and right. If you head left, there are two doors at the end of the hall where the stairs emerge. If you head right, there is the hallway continues further down and it turns in one direction, also heads to the end of all the way to the end. There are two doors down there. There's another stairwell that goes up here on the landing as well. So you're like, hallway continues pretty far down that way where there are at least two doors. Immediately to where you have arrived, there are two doors at the other end of the hallway to the left, and then there's more stairs right in front of you.
Rosalie, thank you for coming.
I would never let you go alone, darling. Plus, I have a acquaintance who died here too. So
If
I want some answers.
If it gets dangerous, though, leave. Don't hesitate to leave.
Gentleman starts to laugh boisterously, somewhere on the second floor. You are not alone up here.
I'm going to continue up the next set of stairs.
Third floor? Question before we do that.
Go ahead.
We've seen the building from the outside.
Yes.
We could see
Riley,
the number
yes,
of
there are.
windows. And so would there be like was it a three floor building? Like judging by like the windows we saw, or is that possibly up to an attic?
It is a 2-story building, but the roof is pitched and tall enough that there is definitely at least an attic, if not some sort of like servants' quarters or something above the second
And
floor.
usually servants' quarters were higher. So
Yes.
I don't think she would be there. I think she'd probably be on this hall, but we could be wrong.
The double doors.
The big bedroom. Yeah, that's what I think.
They are not double doors. They are 2 doors on opposite sides of the hallway facing each other.
Oh,
Okay.
I see. Okay.
Be
Where did the
careful, one
boys-
of them's the bathroom.
Where did with someone in it? Where did the boisterous laughter come from?
Hold on 1 second. Something
Okay.
suspicious on this map.
Oh
Have
boy.
I failed to describe something important?
Okay, this
Heads
is
on
another
spikes.
this is another
Okay.
hole in the stairs situation. Or heads on spikes.
What
yeah.
the fuck?
Oh boy.
Oh, nope. Okay, I understand it now. We're good. I will say that there is a window over the stairs that overlooks the kind of awning on the front door, a big window. Just so you know that is there. That's the only window you can see on the second floor right now.
Okay, well that's good.
Okay, yes. Yep, they are at the end of the hall. There are 2 doors opposite each other. They are not double doors, and right where you are at the end of the left side of the hall, there are also 2 doors opposite each other.
Oh, I see. Where did the boisterous laughter come from?
The laughter has come down from the far end of the hall, so going right would head toward the laughter. And you can hear now, like, there's another gentleman's voice and some more laughing and stuff. There's some guys in there having a good time.
So definitely not that one.
Yes.
That one.
Yes. The one across or the one closer to us?
Let's try the closest one. Just start there.
I'm going to open a door.
All right, the door you have opened is a bathroom.
Damn it.
There is
someone-
a large clawfoot tub and a sink and a vanity and 2 small windows.
Told you not to go in that one.
I know. A voice on the wind told me not to go into the bathroom.
This room is actually a little bit cleaner than the other rooms. It seems like they may perhaps enjoy baths and try to keep it somewhat enjoyable. There are some open bottles and stuff on the floor near the tub.
God, I probably catch a quick glimpse of how I look in the mirror. That's terrible. Okay. Turn to the other door.
The other door is a bedroom. This bedroom has a very large bed in it with a couple little nightstands. There's a big old armoire with lots of drawers, a tiny closet. That might be a little fireplace. There might be a small fireplace or wood stove in it.
But no one
but
is in
nobody
here.
is inside of it right now. The bed is like in disarray. There's like blankets and stuff on the floor and pillows everywhere and stuff.
God, my bravado is waning as I open empty doors.
He's gonna like pump you up. Come on now, we've come this far. We've got to keep going.
Do we? Okay.
You turn back and enter the hallway again, and that guy who wasn't laughing is standing at the top of the stairs.
Hey.
Something
Wasn't
wrong with you?
laughing?
You
Wait, the
look as
guy
if
who
you-
was downstairs.
Yes, the
yeah,
guy,
the
who was
guy that we
downstairs.
was following. So Rosalie's just going to be like,
Hey.
Rosalie's like going to be like, something wrong, love. You look like you've seen a ghost.
He looks at you a moment, then he looks back at Martin, and he's like, Martin, I don't think you should be here.
Why not? I live here. This is my home. Aren't I always welcome?
Kitty's pretty upset about your disappearance.
All the better that I'm back, right?
You know how she can get.
What would you suggest that I do?
leave, find another lake, write that poem?
Why are you still here?
I love her.
Don't we all?
There were some people asking after you, not just your sister. There's been some strangers coming through, and
Yeah, my
your
sister.
friend was looking for you. He says, looking at Rosalie.
Yes, my sister is fairly persistent. I'm sure she would do anything to get me back. Thank
I
you.
don't think Kitty will be happy to see you.
I don't expect she'll be happy as well.
Let me warn her. Break it to her easy, like.
Oh, no, the surprise is just so much more fun.
I can do this. It's all right. Thank you.
It's
Thank
like,
you. It will be okay.
He turns and goes back down the stairs.
That was odd. He was
Yes.
he was
She'd
kind.
be upset over your disappearance if she knew that you were dead. That's the question. Maybe they're not dead. Maybe they're just...
Maybe someone else is taking them.
Well, let's find out. The only way we'll ever know is asking.
But it appears she has like an anger issue, maybe, or something.
Possibly jealous. I have something, Amber, I need to ask a question on. I have powdered stag's horn as something
Yes.
and
It
so
does something.
it gives me, it allows me to use observation, I think, or something like that, to resist the Fae.
Shit.
That sounds vaguely familiar, yes.
And I'm trying to look it up.
Shit.
So
It's in the back of the main book somewhere in a table.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to find it. How, like, do you sprinkle that on yourselves? Do you snort it? Like, what the hell do you do with it? And you say, or like,
I think you drink it. I think you consume it. I think you mix it with something and drink it.
Oh.
is
Like a
there enough
concoction.
for both Nora and I, were I to use it?
I think there's more than one dose. I think it's like 3 or 4. If I vaguely remember.
Is this the time though, Rosalie, you think?
Can't hurt.
I mean, you've only got so much of it.
Oh, I can find some more. Besides, if it protects us, I'll find some wine and sprinkle some in.
I have a drink too.
Oh, yeah. I'll just sprinkle in.
It's
I'll
alcohol,
sprinkle
though,
some.
so
But sprinkle
Just
it in there. And we'll just both like take a shot. That's all.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Perfect. Ooh, I'm gonna need it actually. Yes.
Because I just think that she exercises control over people somehow, and this protects from that. And I think that that's something we need. Hopefully, it works.
That's right. The sergeant did say that
The story of him all of
Martin's
a sudden.
demeanor was kind of different.
Yes,
after
and I
she talked to him.
I just feel that that's something we want to protect ourselves against.
Look at you all.
I don't have a plan, Rosalie.
Well, let's just go talk to her and find out. And if it doesn't go right, I pull the iron dagger out.
Jesus.
I can be
As
very
things
persuasive.
escalate quickly.
Just slides it back in.
Well, at least we have a weapon. No, thanks to Riley.
He's not made for these sorts of things.
I love Rosalie.
Hold on, I'm
He's going to save our asses. You know this, right?
He's gonna come in. He's gonna get wrecked again by the monster because of
Yeah.
you assholes getting him into
Yeah.
trouble.
Hey, Rosalie also got wrecked last time, okay?
Rosalind's
Just,
fearless. I'm playing my character. She's pretty
Being
fearless.
murdered.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
I was the one who was just sitting on a pew in the back last time.
All right. So I'm just going to say I have one dose of the stag's horn left.
Yeah, we'll say you have 3. That feels right to me.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well, we both take a shot.
Glug glug.
Glug, glug.
Glug glug, motherfuckers.
Glug,
Where you
glug.
headed now?
Where did he kind of look when he was like, let me go and warn her? Did he did his
Toward the
body
stairs.
language kind of turn out? Okay.
Yeah.
Up. Yeah. I don't know.
Towards
Fairies
the stairs.
fly, maybe? I don't know anything about fairies.
Upstairs? Is that
Yeah.
where he looked?
Yeah.
Let's head up there. She may have turned it into a terrifying den of whatever.
Yep. All right.
You know, a mob of flesh men.
As you head up those stairs, make an
Two of an
observation
artiste.
test.
My best poetry. Look.
Wow.
Observation or
I'm going to
vigilance?
use a reroll. on that.
Vigilance, sorry. A vigilance test.
Oh,
Thank
God.
you. Those things sound
Thank
so
you.
All
similar.
tracked.
Mhm.
It's very different.
Yeah, I'm
As
going to
I
use a
removed
reroll on
dice.
that.
Yep, sorry. Vigilance. You
I
are
got the
using your
reroll.
senses.
Yeah, wow, I suck. Okay.
I got 1 6 and 2 1, so 1 success.
I got Jack twice.
Nora, maybe it's
Yes.
because you're suddenly so nervous, but you notice the change in the general odor of this place. Underneath all of that perfume and sweat and alcohol and smoke and stuff, as you go into this like stairwell up the stairs, there's a pungent scent of decay.
Mhm.
Oh.
Like old decay or fresh decay?
Like rotting meat that is
Oh.
still rotting.
Fresh decay. Okay.
That's not ham dart meat.
That's not ham dart meat.
That's the name
Riley,
of this episode.
as you have filtered, flitted about the first floor looking for the things that aren't missing, you've noted a couple
Mhm.
things. You're kind of crossing back through that main reception hall when you see a young man coming down the stairs that Nora and Rosalie had gone up, looking distraught. Everybody else is dancing and singing and having a good old time. He looks like he's seen a ghost. Cecilia, you're also in this main reception hall, and from the angle of the person that you were talking to, you can see him too. You just see kind of the stricken look on his face as he comes down the stairs.
She will kind of do a little double take, and then she'll ask Julie, who was that? He looks like something's amiss. Pardon my nosiness, I'm just concerned.
Gosh dang it, I've scrolled off my NPCs. Here we go. I think that one is George.
Aw.
I'm pretty
George.
sure that's George. I'm in the wrong book again. I must duplicate the book. Yes, that is George. She's like, oh, that's George.
Has he been here long?
Yeah, he's been here longer than me. He was here when I got here. I think he's been here for a few months now. He's been a little out of sorts of late, but you
In
know,
what
artists
way?
are weird types.
That's
Artists can be
true.
weird types. He's a little morose, but not in that fun, edgy, everybody's going to die way.
Right. Huh. Well. Anyway, and she'll just continue on the conversation. She's just trying to be like, hold on, something's wrong.
I will actually go up to the man
George.
who's come down the stairs now that we know as George, and I will just straight up ask. It's like you seem kind of sullen for the revelry at hand. You kind of look like you've seen a ghost. So I'm just gonna come out and say it.
Nice. Nice.
He says, oh, he laughs a little. He's like, not a ghost. Just, wasn't expecting to see Martin again. He sort of, just fucking ran off without saying goodbye to anyone. It's kind of shitty.
I've only recently come to be acquainted with the Newford house here, but it kind of seems like that happens a lot. That or often, I should say, not a lot.
Oh,
That,
folks, folks come and go and all, but usually they say goodbye, at least to the ones they're close to. We are all colleagues, after all. But
that is
he looks
true.
back up the stairs. Your friends, I don't really know that they should be bothering Kitty.
Shh. Why not?
Another guy kind of walks up and just invites himself into this conversation right now. He's
Uh-huh.
a little bit younger than George, and his hair is like very slicked back, like there's something in there that's like shellacked it to his skull.
Mhm.
Nice.
And he looks at George and he's like, Martin going up there? And George is like, yeah. And they just have a moment where they're both kind of like looking at each other like, "Arr."
And he looks at me, and I look at him.
Yeah.
And like I'll ask again. It's like put to the both of them. It's just like, why should Kitty not be disturbed right now? It seems like there's quite a party going on, and it
She gets headaches sometimes. And just lets that sit there. Yeah.
Universal.
yeah. I was just like, well, I'll look up the stairs and it's like, oh, I guess I'll both of them they're usually more of the headstrong type. I'll go up and try to talk them out of it. Maybe
Make a
when
manipulation test, Riley.
yeah. I just have 2. Right.
We have rerolls. We have 5.
I will use one of those rerolls because I got a 3 and a 2.
Noted.
Not great. I got still a fail. I got a 3 and a 5.
3 and a 5. They're like, yeah, if you can get them to come back down here, like I'm sure Kitty will come down when she's feeling better.
Of course, yes. Like, and I'll just kind of just like go upstairs.
Cecilia now seeing the last person go upstairs, just like, oh no, oh no.
They wait for him to like get up the stairs and wait maybe 20 seconds longer, and then they follow him. All right, Nora and Rosalie, you are descending this stinky hallway.
Yes.
Or ascending this stinky hallway.
Boy.
There's a single closed door at the top of the stairs.
You sure?
You need to know the truth.
I do. I owe her that much. And I'll open the door.
Just as you go to reach for the doorknob, it opens on its own.
Well,
and Kitty
shit.
Danville is standing there. She takes up, it seems like almost the entire doorway. She's a very tall woman. She is dressed in a flowing green gown. Her hair is done up in kind of neat curls and whatnot. She has those striking dark eyes that you remember. They're just as you remember from that first time you met her. That pale face and those sharp cheekbones. And she stares at you a moment, and then she goes, Martin.
Kitty, I was just
And she
coming
slaps
to see
you in the face.
Well, okay.
Wow.
It's been a long time since I've fought in Vaesen. Yes, she slaps you and you can dodge if you would like. Or try to dodge.
I'm gonna let her slap me. That's okay.
All right. She slaps you in the face. It is a hard slap, but it is not breaking your neck or jaw or anything. It does leave a fucking mark, though. And she says, the police have been asking after you. Your sister. Strangers.
I mean, I think that's what happens when someone runs off. Right, Kitty?
And yet here you are. Not run off.
I came back.
With Miss Rosalie.
Yes, I'm just like a weed. I show up where I'm not wanted.
Feels like the world is shrinking these days.
Doesn't it?
London's a lot smaller than one would think.
She shuts the door. She kind of steps onto the stairs, forcing you all to like step back, or she's going to step into you.
Yeah. Well,
She steps with the confidence that you will move, like sort of
Yes.
thing. And she shuts the door behind her. Shall we return to the party?
tell me, Kitty, why do you think I ran off in the first place?
You're weak. And she starts walking down the stairs.
Like past us?
Doesn't she have to like push us out of the way to do that?
She's expecting
wide
you will
enough.
move out of the way, but if you
I'm
do
just
not, she will actually gently push against you.
So, can you make sure she
I'll
sees
let
it?
it.
Are you like holding it? Like you're like being weird about it? Like,
I'm just gonna be like, I'm just playing with my necklace, but she can see it. I want to see what her reaction is.
make and this one is an observation test.
Okay.
Mhm.
That I am good at. Never say you're good at something when you have to roll, because I'm going to use a reroll.
Noted.
Good one.
2 successes. 2 successes.
2 successes.
Nice.
2 things you notice, Rosalie.
Mhm.
First, she definitely clocks that cross. Her eyes narrow a little bit. There's a little wrinkle on her nose of distaste,
Can't blame her for that.
sort of thing. She doesn't like start smoking or bursting into flames or anything, but she does clock it and she does not like it. The other thing you notice is that she is acting right now. It's very good, but she is there's something about her interaction right now that is as if she has prepared it.
I moved out of the way, by the way.
Rosalie didn't.
Yeah. I moved out of the way like a weak, scared little boy.
Come, I wish to meet your other friends, your new friends.
Kitty, such a wonderful house you have here, full of artists. What drew you to the arts? And did you ever practice any arts yourself?
Is there anything more worthy in this wicked world?
Say an actor, maybe, or an actress?
No.
Could have fooled me because it seems like you're acting right now.
But she's just fucking going for it.
Rosalie doesn't give a fuck. Rosalie's motto, I have it written on her sheet. If the truth kills me, I deserve to die. Okay? Play your
Ms.
character like...
Bargrove, were you still amongst your peers, you would be acting as well.
Wow. Touche. Too fucking shay. I gotta give her that one. I'll just be like, touche. Guess we go downstairs because I ain't got no snappy comebacks for that one. She just done slammed my face into the ground worse than old Mog.
How do you know that we didn't come here alone?
Because you've been running in a pack of late. She looks at Rosalie. I imagine Miss Evans will be here as well.
You see, a lot of threads seem to have led to your house. There's another friend of mine used to be around here too, James Morrow. Remember him?
Only vaguely, unfortunately. not very talented or cut out for work.
I don't disagree with that one.
Yeah,
very
kind
bad.
of.
What's
He
behind?
just wants to draw dummy thicks.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Rosalie,
Just dummy fix.
What's behind this door, Kitty?
You know the answer to that, Martin.
I don't. I'm going upstairs.
Ooh.
You're just gonna go and open the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it, go for
At
it.
this point, is Riley up the stairs with the two
Yes, Riley.
dudes
yes.
This
behind
is a great
him?
time for Riley to
Yes.
appear. For plot's sake, we'll say that you just kept going upstairs. Perhaps you detected the odor a little sooner. You have a good vigilance.
Mhm.
And you kind of swing into the bottom of those stairs going up, and you see Nora is like mid-reach for the doorknob, and Rosalie is there, and Kitty's a few steps down from them, so they're not three of them crammed parallel on this very narrow staircase.
Yep.
But they're all up there, and Nora is in the process of doing something incredibly stupid.
Mhm.
As
Mhm.
Martin is in the process of doing something incredibly stupid.
I mean, we're not smart enough to solve the mystery, so it's the next best thing.
I have to find out what
Martin.
happened to Martin.
Rosalie, you're going to make a saving throw. Not Rosalie, Nora.
Nora. What is a saving throw?
It's not called a saving throw in this game. It's an opposed test. You're resisting something with something.
Okay. So not a
Hold
fear
on.
roll.
No, it is not a fear roll. Not yet.
Okay.
When you open that door, it probably will be.
That's fair.
Not yet.
I
Where
need
is
to
my
find
thing?
Martin. I need to tell Amelia something. Anything.
Here she is.
I don't know she's acting.
Thing. Fuck, I hate that I have to go through multiple books in order to do things.
Man, I really thought the neighbors were taking these people.
Just like offering the artists one by one.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought the neighbors were taking
I used
them.
to think. I
And
used to
that's a
think.
good kind of.
I thought at first it was her, and it still smells like rotten meat, so it could be right. But now I'm wondering if she's just brokering deals with other. I don't know. I'm thinking too much into it.
Yeah, no,
Nora?
I've got.
You were gonna roll observation.
She has a +2 because of the Stax one.
Hells yeah.
Oh.
If it's a fae.
I think it's a
that's a
fae.
good point.
You get a +2.
Okay. Okay. I'm frightened right now, so I get a -1, so I get a +1. I got 2 successes. Nope, 3 successes. I got 3 successes. Good thing I took that shot.
She says, Martin, as you reach for the door and you look back at her, and you lower your hand and turn away from the door and you join the others downstairs.
Well, fuck.
Did we just lose it? I thought I just lost
Nope,
your.
I'm here.
Yeah.
You and the 3 of you head down the stairs together toward Riley. She
Did I wait?
Kitty kind of stops at the stairs and says,
"What is this?"
How do I
Fuck
look?
that! I know that something went down. Do I know that something went down?
I mean, she looked at Kitty for a moment, like they held each other's eyes, and then she looked like she sort of
Changed my
thought
mind.
better of it. You are free to feel suspicious of it if you would like. It's possible, but there's nothing super obviously suspicious. Just that,
Okay.
she was pretty gung-ho kicking the door.
Fuck
She
that.
stared at Kitty for a moment
Rosalie,
and then did not
Rosalie
open it.
knows Nora and knows that would not stop her.
No, I'm
yeah,
pretty
I'm
scared.
actually just gonna stick the cross in her face right now. I'd be like, whatever you did, let her go.
Miss Bargrave. She says, I am rather a fan of your work, so I would prefer not to create a hostile environment together.
As would I, and I just feel that magic is perhaps uncalled for in this situation.
I am insulted right now. I'm gonna have you make an observation test. You can have an extra +1 right now to yours.
That means I have, because I have fostered, which gives me +2. I drank the stag's horn, which gives me another +2, and I have that, so that's +5 to something I'm
Nice.
already really good at, because it's an observation test, right?
Yes.
It is.
I have 11 dice on this, guys.
Jesus
damn.
Christ, dude.
Wait, let me
Yeah.
make sure I'm doing this right. 6, yeah, 11.
Oh my god.
3 successes.
Oh no. I mean, it's opposed, to be fair, right?
That is enough. You feel the force of her will kind of press against yours. And you see, like, you note that's kind of tightness in her jaw as she speaks, looking at you beyond the point of the cross. But it does not overpower you or roll you under. You are still yourself.
Rosalie kind of stares right back in her face. And because she's just, what did she say? She said she's insulted, right?
Yes.
Right. So I stare right back at her. And when I speak, my fingers get cold and blue. And when I speak, actually frost comes out of my mouth when I say it. And I go, I'm a little insulted too.
Riley, we're gonna give you a chance to react to this. Things are getting
Yeah.
fucking dicey, and you're just at the bottom of the stairs staring up at him.
Yeah. Shit.
Hello, friends. I don't want to open any doors.
Riley
You just-
definitely
Hey,
knows
party sounds great. Let's go. Yeah.
that. Oh boy, this is bad. And what can Riley do?
What do you mean? This
What
is
should
great.
Riley do?
Talking. We're not stabbing yet.
Yeah.
So-
yeah.
We're not stabbing yet.
I have a handprint
No,
on
no,
my
no,
face.
no.
Okay.
You guys are stabbing, just not physically.
Verbal stabs.
Um.
Not me, though.
Hmm. Skills, shit. I have.
Do you guys remember that 90s song that's just like, I like to party. We like to party. That's just
You
like-
mean Vengabus?
Yeah, I feel like that's just running through Martin's head right now.
Oh my god.
It's just
Jess,
do,
do I-
do, do.
Do I have a version to send to you? Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Oh boy. I.
Be the voice of reason. Calm things down.
Yeah.
Riley, be the voice of reason.
No, Riley.
Riley, save us.
He's just gonna
Shoot
run
her.
down. He's gonna run to the stairs and just be like, "Chick fire!"
Oh my god.
I think at this point it's just like he sees the just like the tension between everyone. And the seemingly like
Rosalie just brandishing a cross in her face.
Tension?
Frost.
What
Yeah.
tension?
y-
There's no
the
tension.
tension between Rosalie and Kitty and
That's fair.
the seemingly
And
and the
lack
very
of tension
suspicious
between
Correct.
Martin and Kitty.
yeah and the suspicious lack of tension on Martin slash Nora. I think Riley's just gonna kind of like say, would I get uh a vigilance or observation to notice the two following me up the stairs?
Yeah, go ahead and make a vigilance, actually. You can certainly probably hear them coming. That's right. They're only like seconds behind you. 10, 12 seconds.
I got 1 success.
All right. We'll say that at this time you do hear footsteps coming up the stairwell below this one.
Right. And I will say out loud, knowing that there are people following me upstairs and probably can assume that it's the two that were just at the bottom of the stairs. I'll just say it's like, oh, it looks like you two had gone and bothered the
Lady of the house.
lady of the house. Maybe, and I will look to Kitty. Maybe we can have a private conversation between all of us.
Yes, perhaps on the balcony. I could use a bit of fresh air.
Yeah, we're gonna get yeeted. Yeeted and
Rosalie, the
skeeted.
cross in your hand
Demonstration.
cracks.
Nice.
Ooh.
Okay.
What about my cross?
Hanging listlessly from your
You were
thread.
not. You were not
Place, so it
bearing
kind of makes sense.
Oh boy. Okay, where's that? Cool. That one. What did I take? That one. Okay. Just going over my sweet.
Meanwhile, Cecilia is in the parlor being a useless lesbian. I don't know how I'm gonna get her in the scene. I'll figure it out. But
Blows off the balcony and crashes.
yeah, that's what Cecilia's just like.
Let's be honest here. When Riley's body gets flung off the balcony.
It's like, oh shit,
So
I gotta
Rosie
stop
will
being
see the
gay.
cross crack and actually just like, do I get the sense it's having any effect on her? I don't think it is.
You do. It's there's a tightness in her face and jaw, like it is causing her some physical distress or pain.
So I'll keep
She's
it
not
where it
smoking, burns are not appearing anything,
Yeah,
but she
yeah,
definitely
fair,
doesn't
fair,
fucking
fair.
like it, and you can almost feel like her will pushing against it.
is. Fair. So I will say, we really only want answers, Kitty.
Oh, that's true.
Nothing
For
else.
you, Rosalie, I will have answers.
Oh shit. He looks at the others.
Martin,
They just
show Riley to the parlor. Get him a drink.
Do I still do that?
Yep. You head down the stairs. You're like, come on, Riley, let's get a drink. Riley, you are not under any effect. You're like, you see all of this.
Yeah.
You may act still of your own free will.
Yeah.
Rub my arm over your shoulder.
Riley is going to kind of just slip out from your grip and
Really
just like
grasp. Let's have a
The
party.
two gentlemen up here at the bottom of the stairs also. It's getting very crowded in here now. They're like, oh, like Kitty, we're so sorry. We told them not to bother you. They just sort of they just ran ahead, and she just holds up her hand. She's like, it's fine, gentlemen. Just having a conversation.
Yeah, see, everything's fine.
Take Martin and Riley into the parlor. Get them some refreshments. Show them some hospitality.
We're gonna have a party.
And now there are two more guys that are like, let's go to the parlor.
You guys, oh fuck. Rosalie wants answers. She wants answers. They deserve answers too, don't you think?
Riley wants to party.
From your mouth is as good as mine.
She's got a point.
What's that?
I said she's got a point.
She does.
Okay, so are all of them making their way down the stairs at this point?
They're just hovering in the very narrow
Yeah,
staircase
it really-
that leads to the attic.
I don't think Riley is moving, so I think they're just hovering and Martin's dancing
Yep.
a little.
Riley's like, Martin's like, come on, Riley, let's go get a drink, man. My bud, my best
Okay,
bud.
yeah, I'm just waiting for Cecilia
Yeah.
to see
And
them
the two
coming
guys
down.
downstairs are like, they're like super fucking nervous. So Riley is
I'm kind of like sandwiched
Flanked
between like
by
yeah.
both of these guys, but Riley's like, wrong move, and I'm about to start getting my ass kicked by 3 dudes.
One
Well,
of whom is
two
Nora.
dudes and Nora.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a dude right now.
Rosalie will
Two dudes and a false dude.
outside then the balcony.
The balcony. Kitty turns to start heading down the stairs as well, trusting you to follow. Martin tries harder to get Riley to go down the stairs because now we're creating a traffic jam.
Yeah.
I guess Riley will succumb and go down to the parlor.
All right. Martin takes you down to the parlor with the 2 dudes. You are still well positioned, Cecilia, to see the 4 of them emerge.
Yeah, she'll try and
Riley,
catch
how's
Riley's
your face
eyes
right now? Martin looks like, yeah, with buds again, and the other 2 dudes still look worried, and Riley looks.
Riley he looks hesitant as we're coming down the stairs. He's kind of looking when Kitty and Rosalie come down the stairs, which way do they turn?
They turn off on the Actually, where? That's a good question.
Oh, they're coming to the first floor to go
No,
outside.
they turn off that big window that overlooks the
awning.
the awning thing. It has like it like opens. It's like a casement window that opens. So they expect you sort of to keep going down the stairs, but they go through that like it's not quite door sized, but it's a very large window onto the balcony.
He's
yeah.
Yeah, Riley's gonna be like looking over his shoulder in that direction, whatever way that
She
is.
shuts the door behind her, but you actually do have a partial view of the balcony from the landing of the parlor.
Yeah. So it's less of a what is going on, more of a oh shit, like I hope things are
Like, oh
going
god,
to be
oh god,
fine.
oh god, she's alone.
Yeah.
Why is it always lined up this way?
So Cecilia will kind of pardon herself and she just say, "Oh, my friend just came back down. I just wanted to check in with something. I'll be back though."
Of course.
And so she goes over to Riley and tries to make it look super casual, and then just leaves it, just like, "What just happened? Where's Rosalie?"
He'll inform Cecilia of like kind of the weirdness that had happened on the stairs and the stuff, and how Martin / Nora is
Martin
now
positions himself between you and the rest of the stairs. He just kind of scoots back a little bit.
is now acting very much unlike Nora wanted to, who wanted to come in here and then shoot Kitty in the face.
So
The party does one of those things where there's a sudden and unexpected lull in the conversation, and then shoot Kitty in the face is
So-
very loud.
That was not actually said. I will just say
Look at that! Everybody looks at Riley.
no. So
Huh.
This was Kent paraphrasing.
Got you. Okay. Fair.
Yes.
Nora's different.
Nora's different. Nora was all
Gung ho about the party.
yes, and very adamant about meeting Kitty.
Right.
And now Riley looks over at Martin, no longer seems to want to.
Got it.
And Rosalie is now having a conversation with her on the balcony.
So,
Cecilia holds her fucking composure as best she can and just. I'm
Good
glad they
news.
got to talk.
Hmm.
Good news that the fence isn't there anymore.
The
break
pointy
my
part
back on the
isn't, yeah.
bricks. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's the second dive.
Amber, you said the house is pretty big, right?
The house is, yeah, it's a decent size.
Okay. Cecilia is going to pardon herself to the restroom and go see if there's another set of stairs to lead up.
Ooh, let me look at this map again. Yeah. There is another set of stairs. I just need to see what it's visible from. Yeah.
That's not good. Jeez.
Cecilia's just trying to keep track of everything. Nora's under magic. Riley's getting muscled out. Rosalie's on the
Yep.
goddamn balcony where the man died. She's just like, shit.
The other set of stairs is sort of in a weird place to notice.
I can make a roll to search for it, or
yeah, you know what? Let's just do it as a let's do an investigation
investigation
or observations. No, it's
No,
investigation.
it's
sorry.
investigation. Yeah.
Investigation. Let's do
Okay.
investigation and see what we get.
Okay, so investigation?
Yep.
Okay, so that is logic, which is 4, plus my investigation, which is 3. So I'm dropping a die. I have 7
Ooh.
dice.
That's pretty good.
I'm gonna use a reroll.
That's still pretty good.
We have a couple, so I want to use them. Oh my god, how am I still failing?
Yeah, it's like that.
Shit, yeah, it's in a weird place. You sort of wander about for the bathroom on the first floor. You don't see a bathroom, but somebody does say, "Oh, the bathroom's upstairs," and they point to the same stairs that Riley had come down.
Okay, so she'll. Oh, thank you. And so she'll go towards those stairs, and go to walk up them, and she'll see Martin. She goes, "Oh, headed to the bathroom. Someone mentioned it was upstairs," and she'll try and just walk by.
Martin says, "Yeah, it's the first door on your left."
Thank you.
And he lets you go.
And she will just sneak her ass up there, and then try and be very careful and get a view of the balcony or an ear.
It's right when the stairs like round, like curve, like they're like in the middle of the curve, the window that opens to the balcony. So as you're going up the stairs, you're right there. You're next to that window passageway. And Rosalie and Kitty are outside.
Is there a way for her to be unseen and listen? Or will they like see her if is it like very visible?
If they turn so that they are facing so there's only one direction, and that would be staring out over the street where they would not see you from. If they turn any other direction from there, you will be in full view.
Okay. If she finishes going up the stairs but just stays at the top of the stairwell. No, if they're whispering, she won't hear.
You can stay at the top of the stairwell. You will be able to kind of see Rosalie. You can't really see Kitty from there.
I think that's fine enough for Cecilia for now.
You like go upstairs and you're like, and I will squat in the hallway. This is the bathroom.
Yep.
Excellent.
Yep, and she's gonna stand the best guard as she can.
All right. Rosalie, Kitty leads you out onto that little balcony. Full dark has fallen, and the kind of muggy air of the city has gotten a little bit of night coolness to it, but it's still thick. Smells a lot nicer out in Hampstead Heath than it does in kind of the more industrial heart of London. And Kitty sort of takes a moment and looks out over the neighborhood in the growing dark, and her eyes look black in the low light here, like the night of it. And then she looks at you and she says, "Come with me."
I'll go with her.
No, she means tonight.
Where?
Anywhere but here.
Why me? And I'm holding the
Fussily.
cross. I'm like kind of like I'm not holding the cross in her face anymore. I'm kind of just holding it and looking at it and running my fingers over its cracks.
Your kind of nervous gesture draws her eyes. She looks down at it and she says, "Does that really bring you comfort?"
Oh, it never has. Not for a moment.
"I understand clinging to the devil you know," she says, looking at the cross. "That it would show you others."
I didn't bring it here because I'm clinging to anything that it can offer me. I bought it for protection. I don't even think it works. I look at her and I say, I haven't felt safe since I was 11 years old.
And it's given you such a lovely edge. She reaches out to touch your chin.
Better.
She just sort of lifts your face a little.
Kind of flex my hands and I go, it's not quite all it's given me. And my achy, cold hands. A little bit of, I always have that whiteness like Raynaud's or frostbite in them.
It has become clear tonight that, in part thanks to your friends, my time here is done. I am leaving.
What?
You should come with me.
What? Your husband, you killed him. I'm assuming.
All men die.
I would be a hypocrite to hold it against you. I've done that a couple times myself. And the others, the artists, I just need to know what was it? What were you looking for? What were you taking from them? Where did they go?
Her expression softens a little bit, almost
Yeah.
looking gentle, and she says, again, all men die. But not where I would take you.
I don't even remember it the last time I was there.
It has been a while for me as well.
Were you like me, or were you born there?
Honestly, I no longer remember memory from stories I tell myself. I know what I am. That is enough for me.
What are you?
I am forever.
So many questions. I've always just, since then, and all the trouble I had afterwards with father and everything else in this world, I wanted to know why. Why me? Why Riley's boy?
All men die, but they are not all the same. Some of you have a lovely, little spark. Sometimes those sparks go out. Sometimes they grow. Sometimes they just need a little tending. There is something in you, Rosalie, that is worth saving. The rest here. 1 in 20, 1 in 30. Has maybe something. You are not like them. You see more, so you show more.
What has it done me?
Come with me and ask that question again.
She looks back inside. What do I see when I look inside?
Make a vigilance
I was gonna say you might see
You might see
Cecilia
Cecilia
watching you.
crouching in the hallway.
I have 1 success.
That is enough. Cecilia is not actually hiding behind anything. She's just sort of in the hallway.
She's doing
And
like
you see Cecilia at the top of the stairs, like trying to make herself very small, watching you with rapt attention.
And if I go with you, what do I find? What do I learn?
You find yourself.
She closes her eyes. And the
The
tear
self
just
you
like
want to be.
runs
Not the
down
one
her
that they
face.
want you to be.
It's a pretty good offer.
She closes her eyes and a tear runs down her face. And she says, if the truth kills me, I deserve to die. And she looks back at Cecilia and she says, just mouths, I'm sorry. And she takes her hand.
Kitty raises your hand to her lips and presses a cool kiss against your skin. And she says, meet me at the London train station, terminal 13. Terminal 13. Tonight, 2 o'clock. Pack light. Bring Cecilia. She wishes to join. No one else. And leave this place quickly tonight. And then she sort of steps back from the balcony and she steps off the balcony.
Yo.
oh Cecilia seeing Rosalie see her and mouth something kind of leans it a little more. Does she see that Kitty is now gone?
Yep. Rosalie's alone on the balcony with tears on her cheeks.
She fucking the door open. Rosalie, what happened? Are you all right? What?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
You're not fine. You're crying. She grabs a handkerchief out of her bag and just kind of starts wiping her tears.
If you could know everything you wanted to know, what would you do, Cecilia?
I don't understand.
If you had the chance to have all your questions answered, what would you do?
No, my life has revolved around one central question recently, but it's not a. I've been searching for a long time now, but I don't. I don't know how far I would go to find her. Why?
Because I know I would go to any length.
Rosalie, what are you doing?
I have to go.
Go where?
You have to go tonight, and you have to trust me.
Will you ever come back?
I don't know.
At this time, Martin leaves the stairwell. He just walks off the stairs. Riley, you are still there. He walks past you into the reception hall.
Hmm.
And he lifts a candelabra off the mantle and holds it into the fireplace until the wicks catch flames.
It's gonna burn the place down. Holy shit.
And then he walks over toward a big pile of canvases and, paint thinning rags. You have a chance to act, Riley, but it must be very fast and it must be now, and it will take rolls.
Yes. Riley is going to stop this, what would eventually be just like murder of artist compound.
We're gonna have a party.
Party's getting hot in here.
And I think Riley's gonna tackle Nora as
All
he
right,
sees
right.
this.
Let's get a roll in here from
Oh
this.
my fucking god!
Is I think it's a force roll. It's a force roll for
Force
grappling
roll.
and such.
Okay.
Do I oppose or do I just
You get to oppose.
agility? Right?
Because it is a tackle, you can agility or force. If he actually grapples you, then it will have to be force versus force.
Oh, okay.
I am
You have one
Oh,
chance
okay.
to juke, and then you're wrestling.
Gotcha.
using a reroll on that.
We are down
a
to
big one.
2. We're down to 2, but that is important.
I have 1 success.
I failed, but I don't know if I push. Is that something I do?
You can leave the failure.
Okay, I failed.
There's a little bit of you still in there. Martin is walking toward this. Fancy that. There's a shit ton of used paint thinning rags and stuff just hanging around. And Martin's just like, ah. Riley, you notice in just a moment of clarity before you tackle Martin/Nora that the candles in the candelabra, they're actually little dicks, secret dicks. That detail just sticks
Secret
out
dicks.
into your head as you're just
Wow.
shouldering to dive at Martin/Nora. And Martin/Nora's illusion shatters when you take them down. Martin first felt like, a thin but tall young man, and then it rapidly becomes much smaller Nora, and you two yeet across the reception hall and smack into a wall because you hit with way more force than necessary. And everybody's like, ah, ah. They're not that shocked though, because scraps happen in this dirty artist colony. A little more surprised that Martin is now Nora. And the lit candelabra goes flying. I should roll for Bedlam.
Yeah, you should.
I should roll for Bedlam. Okay, it goes flying and does not land in anything immediately flammable, but if it's not attended shortly, the carpet and whatnot that it's on will catch. Nora, you snap back to your senses. And you're like,
Just
my
pain.
ribs." So much pain. The cross is burning you again. It's landed against your skin.
Oh, God.
If no one is going to be seems to be rushing to stomp out this potential candle fire, Riley is going to get up and just start stomping the candles and fire out.
Riley, you get up and run over there and you're like, fuck, and you just stomp out the candle fire. And you notice George, pale, sketchy looking George, has lifted a what would he have? He's got a piece of rolled up canvas and he's lighting it off with one of the gas lamps.
Oh, shit.
Damn it.
Oh my god.
There was more than one.
Of course there's more than
And we are going to leave it here tonight with that little bit of drama.
nice.
Damn.
as you notice there is indeed more than one. George is there, and you notice the other guy with the shellacked head is also
Mhm.
kind of making
Starting
a
a
sudden
fire.
and urgent move toward something flammable.
Yep.
You become aware of just how many gas lamps and candles and fireplaces there are in this manor.
And dicks.
Yep. Some of the artists' demeanor has changed. The laughing and joviality has sort of dropped, and they have kind of a new sort of like focus on their face. And some of them are like, "Oh my god, a fight's happening," and they seem
Yep.
very normal for that. But you are not out of danger this night.
Yep.
And we will pick up with our last and final session of our Vaesen arc the next time that we play.
Oh my god.
That was great.
That was really great.
That's really great. Shit.
We've got some big choices.
Which means this is going to last
No, we have to
one
wait.
more session. Gonna sit right here on my desk for the next 2 weeks, untouched.
Yeah. 2 weeks. Fuck.
That was really great.
That was awesome.
That was really great.
Sorry, Sunday Me just fucking
Hell yeah.
says lamp oil is stored in the balls.
You're like, wow, those
Oh my
Vic candles are
god.
actually really good. They fooled me for a long. I walked past that several times. I even stared pensively into the flames. Reg, he's got something. Maybe he's one of
He
those.
is
few
one of those 1 in 20.
that
Yeah.
has that spark. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got something.
Yeah.
He's got, we all got that spark right now.
Shit, and you know what? I'm gonna remember to do experience tonight.
Yeah.
Let's fucking do it. Did you participate in the session? Fuck yes, you did.
Yes.
Did you confront any Vaesen?
Yup.
Yes.
Fuck yes, you did.
Yep.
Were you affected by? Did you identify an unknown Vaesen? Not.
Not
No.
really. Yeah.
Were you affected by your dark secret?
No.
Oh, with Rosalie, because we did. I did bring it up. I bring it up a lot, but it didn't necessarily affect me.
Oh, I guess I wasn't affected by mine either.
Yeah, probably not yet, but I do feel you have a dramatic chance to be affected by it in our last.
Yeah,
session.
not
So
yet.
you're sort of poised on the
Cecilia's on the
precipice
brink.
of being affected. Did you take risks to protect other people?
Rosalie definitely. What?
Yes, you
Nora.
did.
Yeah.
I think Nora has. It wasn't
not-
necessarily
not
to.
the
Yeah, I guess
artist,
in a
but
way
to
that's
protect
protecting
Nora.
the sister, even if you're not worried about future victims. So
I will say honestly,
It has the vibe, Nora.
everyone but Cecilia. Because Riley did.
I'll give it to Riley at the end for starting to
Yeah.
stab with a possessed former
Hmm.
ally. Yeah,
So
Riley and Nora,
Rosalie-
you can check that.
I don't get it for protecting Nora. God damn it. I mean, these other people are just scrubs and they're not good artists anyway. So it didn't matter. Didn't matter. Come on. All right, it's fine.
Have you learned anything?
Yeah.
Rosalie, I feel like that is a definite yes for
Yeah.
you.
Hmm.
Anybody else got an argument for it? Not yet. Next session, I feel you'll be checking that box one way or another, Cecilia.
Yeah.
Nothing developed in the HQ. Did you perform an extraordinary action? Probably not yet. Or
No, probably not.
Define extraordinary because
It has to be
Nora-
usually-
yeah, no, I'm gonna say
Usually
actually
pretty
did you check
epic.
affected by your dark secret, Nora? I would say that you probably were actually.
Yeah, I don't know if I was. I was
Now that I'm
questioning
thinking
that
about
one.
it, I would check that if I were you because this has cost you something you do not fully understand yet, but it has cost you something.
Gotcha. I figured it would happen at the time of the cost, though. But yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, the cost is in already. It's
Okay.
not the cross isn't just burning you for kicks.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Oh yeah.
All right. Excellent job, folks. Anybody who has
Yeah.
accrued yet another cluster of 5 can purchase
Yeah.
new talents.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
If you are
God
one
damn.
away, is anyone one away?
No, I have 6.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
have
good.
6.
Okay, I was gonna say because next is our last session. If you're one away, I will advance you the last one so you can play with the cool ability.
Yeah.
I will decide between now and then.
A lot of thinking to do for 2 weeks.
Yeah, all
Oh
right,
my
folks.
God.
How about sit on that?
Ah!
There's not a
This with a
ton left
bang.
here. There's whatever Bedlam shakes out here in this house. And then Rosalie and possibly Cecilia have a very important decision to make that may be an extended or not extended scene, depending on how things go. But there's a chance our next session will be short-ish, in which case we may just reflect on games and talk about Gen Con a bit, but we'll see.
That's awesome. Awesome stuff. Once again, I just want to say thanks for watching. I'll let Sarah do our outro, but I want to remind everyone again, the 20th, I'm going to drop the Company of the Dragon new opener using Monument Studios music, and coincidentally that's the same day that Monument Studios drops a new Kickstarter, so check it out. Sarah will drop the link here. I will put the link in the YouTube description when we eventually have this up on YouTube, and yeah, that's all I have.
Christian, quick side question for you.
Mhm.
When did this already go up?
What's what now?
I put it in chat.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold
Did that already happen? Are we doing that at some point?
on. Soon,
Okay. All right. Okay.
soon, because it hasn't fully been seen by the world yet.
Yeah, right.
So yeah.
Okay.
Things coming soon.
Yeah. So yeah,
Is it my
take it
turn?
away, Sarah. Yeah, I'm kind of
Yeah.
blown away, so you need to take it away because I am pretty blown away right now.
You're
All in
Oh.
feels.
Thank you, everyone,
Yeah.
so much for watching this week's episode of DMs After Dark. If you enjoyed what you saw and heard, you can drop us a follow on Twitch. That is free. All you need is a Twitch account, which is free. We go live every other Saturday. We are Saturdays now. Every other Saturday at 7 p.m.-ish EST. If you missed any of this, the live stream, this video should be up on our YouTube channel on Monday. All same, DMs After Dark. We are on all the social medias at DMs After Dark, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. You can also email us at dmsafterdark@gmail.com. Questions, concerns, theories, hats.
Cats.
We accept it all and more. If you have any interest in buying any of the merch that we have, we do indeed have the merch at this link here.
Red bubble. Yep.
We have the DM's classic shirt with our Detective 20 icon on it, as well as the incredible collaboration art with Katrine Durim, one of the RuneQuest artists of all of our RuneQuest characters, and the print for the victory at the Battle of Red Rock. If you have any interest, it's
Hells
there.
yeah.
It's gorgeous, it's beautiful, and I'm obsessed. If you want to support us through here, you can subscribe. It is $5 a month, or if you have Amazon Prime, you can give us 5 of Jeff Bezos's dollars. As always, there is no pressure to subscribe. We are just happy you guys are here and chatting and hanging out with us. Any money we make goes back into the stream, keeping us on all the podcast apps, getting to do cool shit like the commission with Katrine Durim and stuff like that. So, that being said, thank you everyone again. Have a great night. And until next time, what would you do? Have all the questions answered. Good night, everyone.
Good night.